Okay, folks, how are we all doing? Give it a few minutes for people to arrive, as is the usual situation. Set up chat, get my camera centered properly, I guess, so that I'm at least somewhere near on the screen. And we wait for the masses, all 3 or 4 of them, to arrive. That coffee's far too hot. I won't be drinking that for a while. Oh, I might as well take the lid off. Oh, it's piping hot. Wait here, I don't know if you can see that. Can you see the steam? Maybe not. Maybe not in this light. I've only just made the coffee, folks, far too recently. Hello, Darren and Josie. Hello, hello. It's been a while. How are things in the Netherlands? I shall have to resort to beer while I wait for the coffee to go cold. It's a hard life being me, folks. It's a hard life being me. Oh, we shall talk soon about where the beer came from. It was donated. Oh, look at that, I've sloped. Is that the coffee? That's in the middle of a crossword that I'm doing. That's no good. So we had visitors yesterday. As I said, I'll talk about it shortly. Good evening, David. So we've got Josie, Darren and David in chat so far. Folks, come and join us in chat if you would. And switch chat to live chat. All messages are visible. So switch to the option that is not top chat. Top chat will hide a certain proportion of messages, and we don't want that. How is Tina? Tina's her usual self. Nuisance at times. Monster at times. And a little darling at other times. So yeah, she's okay. Well, we'll wait for a few more people to arrive, or at least we'll wait and see if more people arrive. Josie's been busy planning a holiday and work. Okay. Let's have a... Oh, Darren asked as well. Sorry, Darren, I didn't see that when you first arrived. I saw the evening. I didn't see how are you and Tina girl? We're fine, mate. We're fine. All the better for having a few visitors recently, although some of them not necessarily great, but some of them were. Yesterday's visitors were fantastic. And maybe they'll be here in chat later. Tina girl, steady. What was that? She just suddenly had a spasm with her arm reaching out, with her leg reaching out for the wall of the tent. We've already got one hole in the bedroom, one rip in the bedroom where she clawed at it one time. I would say that about half of the damage to the tent is from Tina in the end. Although that will change over time now that the tent is starting to fall apart a little bit more. That will happen over time, folks. Tents don't last forever. Not when you're living in them full time. Yeah. Who were your visitors? Well, I'm just waiting to see whether we get a few more arrivals before. I don't want to go through everything twice. People starting to arrive. How's my day been? It's been okay. As ever, the weather is the center point of the focal point of my day. Managing my electricity, my solar panel, and yeah, it was a good day weather-wise. We had lots of sun, so even though the solar panel's only working at half power, we're still even now. I think we were on 92% a moment ago. The EcoFlow's on 92% still. So yeah, Ismo, hello my friend. My friend Ismo was chatting with me on Messenger earlier. Ismo Finlandia. Kippis, Ismo, kippis. Let me do the... I shall say kippis to Ismo. I will say cheers to most of the rest of you. Not sure if any of my Irish friends are here. Slanger, however that's said. Salud for most of the Europeans. Let's can't say it and then not consummate it, folks. Okay, there's a few of you here now. Proust, there's another one. Yeah. Skål if any of our Norwegian, any of our Norwegian brethren are here. I'm not sure if Sweden do the same. Is there Skål as well? Probably. Okay, who were my visitors yesterday? So we had so Scotty from chat. Scotty is frequently here in chat. Scotty came and paid a visit, brought his wife, who I'm going to say is called Lisa. And if she's not Lisa, it's Linda, and I apologise. I am bad with names. I had it at the time, and 5 minutes after they went, it suddenly got a little bit blank, but I'm fairly sure Lisa. And they came and brought the posh beer. They came and brought the Amstel and a steak, folks. I've got a steak in the fridge over there, and it's a good one, as far as I know. I mean, I'm no expert, but steak. What else? There's noodles. There's pasta. There's sardines. There's I'm sure there's a lot more. There was milk. But if they'd given it to me in a plastic bag, I would have been able to keep it to one side and maybe even do a video on it. But it was handed to me piecemeal. I think it came in a rucksack, and so I was throwing some into the fridge and putting some to one side and some elsewhere. And so now it's difficult to recall it all and difficult to separate from all the food that is. If I said laying around in the tent, that would sound wrong. But not everything fits in the fridge, folks. Not everything fits in. It's a camping fridge. I think I saw Marie arrive. Hello, Marie. Ismo, I drink a lot now. Yeah, Ismo's got a couple of days off work. He's just finished work and now he's got a few days off. Up there in the north of Finland at the ski resorts. 8 weeks we drink a lot there. Looking forward to it, my friend. Looking forward to it. Although the last time you were over, I only saw you once or twice, I think. You're busy elsewhere. And rightfully so. Okay, we got a few people here. So yeah, we had Scotty and Lisa stop by yesterday. They're in, I think I'm okay to say, because he said it in chat. They're in Santa Pola, which is about 30 or 40 minutes up the road. Came by bus, and I was amazed how cheap the bus was. Like €3.50 return per person. €3.50 to travel 30 or 40 minutes on the bus. That's incredible. I've just unplugged the phone, folks, so that I can introduce you to my lady. As is tradition on the channel, if she will allow me. Oh, you're burying yourself. You've gone the other way, haven't you? Just give us a second, folks. I will turn the camera around. You won't be able to see her, and so I will endeavour to turn some light on. I won't point it straight at her straight away. She's turned her head to us, folks. I will see whether I can work around her. Hey, Tina, we're talking to the peoples. We're talking to the peoples. Uncle Ismo. Uncle Ismo's in chat. No, he's not here. No. Look, hold on. Let me say it again. He's in chat. He's one of the peoples that we're talking to. Uncle Ismo. Got to see him soon. A couple of months, about 8 weeks. Yeah. And Auntie Josie's there as well. Josie's in chat. Hey? Let me just scroll chat a little bit, folks, while I wait and see. Josie, 7 weeks, looking to rent a house. Okay, not long to go then. That'll fly by in no time. 13th of May, the evening of 13th of May, Ismo is travelling from Travemünde through Germany and then drive. I can't read that. It looks like 2,450. Yeah, that's a few kilometres, mate. That's a few kilometres. Hey, Tina, are you going to talk to the peoples or not? You going to look this way for me? No, folks, she's not interested in you today. I'll try. Hey. We have just been out for a walk and she's had a drink and just got into bed. And I think she wants to get her head down. Okay, babe, we'll leave you alone. Oh! I, on the other hand, took her for that walk, felt really warm. And then just before we got live, I felt a little bit cool. So I put my jumper on and ruffled all my hair. So I'm a mess, which I left right to the last minute. Didn't have time to comb it again afterwards. I'm going to put the lid back on my coffee. I don't want it to get too cold too quickly. But I'm going to, oh, I'm in front of the camera again. I'm going to test it. Let's check it out. Okay, that's, ha ha ha. Okay, that's still hot. Ho ho. And I still haven't trimmed my beard or tash, so I will still get coffee and beer and whatever rolling down over the various layers. Sweet girl Tina, says Marie. Yeah, she is a sweet girl. She is a sweet girl most of the time. Absolutely not all of the time, but most of the time. She has her moments, folks. She has her moments. Let me just scroll back a little bit. 16th of May. I shall be putting that in my diary, Ismo. 16th of May. 13th of May you leave and head off. Okay. Marie's retract. I think. Well, don't worry about a typo. I can read past a typo. Zami, hello. Good evening, Zami in North London. Is it? I can never remember where. Are Arsenal on the north? Arsenal on the north, Chelsea on the south. Is that right? Sweet girl Tina, there you go. Marie's corrected the typo. You didn't have to do that. I can read past the Fulham. Okay, now it reminds me, because we talked about Fulham Broadway, Chelsea, and Lots Road and Chelsea Harbour, where I worked once upon a time. Yeah, for about a year. And what was the pub called? The Ferry in the Firkin, up the pond on the left without an oar or something. When those Firkin pubs just started. I was right on the corner of Lots Road, right opposite the entrance to Chelsea Harbour. But anyway, that's me reminiscing about my old stomping grounds. Or at least, it's not really a stomping ground. It's far too expensive an area for me. Vitruvium, Ryan, it's been a little while. How you doing, mate? Hope you and Tina are well. We are, mate. If you've just arrived, you've just missed. I've just done the customary introduction of Tina to the crowd. But yeah, we're all right, mate. How are things with you in Valencia? And did you ever bump into Tom? Did you ever arrange anything and meet up? Tommy Tombstone. Here comes Gary, great Gary, who has rebranded as Gary, the Republic of South Africa. Good evening, Gary. Yeah, everything's okay. Everything's okay, folks. Like I said, well, struggling isn't the right word. If we don't have the right weather, then power's an issue because the solar panel is operating at 50% capacity. That's something I'm going to take care of in the next short while. That's a short-term thing. I'm not going to say when. Not going to commit funding and things, shuffling money in places and what have you. Although I've had some very generous offers from people. I got another thing to sort out with someone about whether or not I get a second eco floor. It's it's a possible, but again, that would have implications for the finances and for whether I get one solar panel or two. Um, the lightweight ones. I can get one for just over €50, two for 90. Probably not for much longer. I'm told the prices go up once you start moving towards summer. And also the current world situation, prices for everything's probably going to start going up. Sometimes because of what's going on, and sometimes opportunistic bastards just, you know, if Amazon are sat on a warehouse full of solar panels, but they can say, "Oh, transport and traffic and petrol, and we're going to have to put it up 80%." They won't hold back, will they? You know how all these companies are. Any excuse, the prices shoot up kind of the day before, and when the issue's over, they take forever to come back down if they ever come down at all. Oh, I'm okay. I've had donations, Josie. I've even refunded people who I feel donated too much. In fact, we discussed this because you donated already when I first had this issue. Um, you've already donated, lass. So calm down, slow your roll. Um, you already donated very generously. I discussed it with you, and because you went into it with your eyes open, you decided to let it stand, and I was okay with that. Some other people misunderstood and thought I had no power at all and rushed in with big donations, and I either partially refunded or fully refunded. Um, appreciate generosity, folks, but I don't want anyone feeling that they misunderstood and that they donated under the wrong circumstances, thinking I had no power when I've got 50% power. And I don't want anyone else being able to look in and make accusations and do the nastiness that some people do periodically. There's Scotty. Great you put a face to the name. You already had my face, mate. I'm here. I've been on the screen all along, but I know what you mean. And you got the real name as well, didn't you? Which, yeah. I was just saying, mate, I'm going to confess, in case you weren't here when I said it before. Okay, Lisa is right. Yeah, okay, you were there. I do apologise. Yeah, she might be listening, I don't know. But it's just me and my memory. I had it when you were here, and 5 minutes after you went, I just got that doubt. I was like 80, 90% sure it was Lisa, but I had a nagging doubt that it could have been Linda. But that's just me and names, my memory and names. And we did discuss my memory at one point, so I hope you understand. Yeah. Just going to scroll back a bit. I think Gary typed something. There was Ryan for True Human Rising. Gary arriving. Josie, hit the like you all, she says, and she's quite right. We can sponsor that if you want. I just poo-pooed that. I will take donations from anyone who hasn't donated already towards the general electrical fund, but I have had some donations that would cover a single panel already. So please don't feel, as it says in the pinned comment, you can support. Oh, look at that! I've put you can support the me. It did say the channel, and I changed it to me, but I've left the. That's a dickhead of an edit. But it says only if you want. You know, there's no pressure. I've got a little bit of money in PayPal at the minute. Otherwise, I wouldn't be consider acquiring the other EcoFlow from my friend who has had one land in his lap for the second time. He keeps getting given them. I'm having to save up and buy them. That bugger just keeps getting given them. He's a good lad, really. Don't get me wrong. He's just lucky. Well, in some ways lucky. Hold on. People just connect an extension cord to the streetlights here in South Africa or a substation and use the government power grid. Yeah, streetlights connected in series, hundreds, if not thousands of volts running through them. Some of my technical friends here, if there's anybody here from the Scruff Dog streams or Big Clive, they'll be able to tell you more about how much current or voltage flows through. That might be connected differently. I don't know, but you have to know what you're doing before you start messing with the electrics inside a street lamp. Certainly here in Europe, people do fry themselves periodically, thinking it's just going to be a simple, 220 volts or whatever, and it's not. Yeah. That was Scotty arriving. Hold on. Oh, sorry, missed half of Gary's. Some things have gone up 20% here already in the shops. Yeah. Now, there's no way that there's been time for it to have that impact. That's opportunists using the excuse on day one. I don't know. I mean, how just in time is petrol, gasoline, fuel, whatever you want to call it? I would imagine that there are big central hubs and refineries and big tanks, and I don't think that a war kicking off like earlier this week or whenever it was, I'm not sure that everything is just in time to the extent that should have fed through already. I think the petrol companies have always been good at this. They hear about something. The government say there's going to be a tax rise next week, and the petrol companies put the price up now. Government say the tax is going back down again. Oh no, we can't afford to put it down again. We've got other issues, and well. Hannah, hello Hannah. I'm just scrolling back again. Okay, so that was the back end of Gary's comment. There was Scotty arriving, and it's only money. We can miss it. It's nice to keep you safe. I appreciate the well wishes and everything. I just don't want to be. I don't want to be too much on the grasp. You know what I mean? I'm a homeless guy in a field, folks. I've already got. So I'll give a quick look at the EcoFlow for anyone who's unaware of the phenomenon. Let me just move it into position a little bit, and then I can shine a light on it. Oh, I don't need to shine a light on it. Let me see whether it makes a big difference if I do. It's probably not really, is it? But anyway, here's my EcoFlow, folks. It looks a little bit wasteful. I've had it about 2 years. So, 12 volt cigarette port. Plug in the 12 volt adapter and have some extra USB, or plug in my camping fridge. My camping fridge freezer runs off that. I have 2 USB ports, one that's in use, one that's currently not. These are USB-A, USB-C in the middle, and over here is a 220 volt standard Spanish socket. I don't know if that means it's standard European or just, I don't know if there's a Europe-wide socket or if it's just Spain's, but that's that. In here is a big battery, and at the back is a connector for connecting either to the wall or, there's one for connecting to the wall and one for connecting to DC input, which can be either a solar panel or a 12 volt cigarette lighter for power in. And this is what powers my life. This is how I charge my phones, phone singular, phone, tablets, my lights, uh, and my fan. I've got a fan over there somewhere, and a big electric fan that I roll out in summer. And what else have I got? I've got an electric slow cooker. If I ever had enough power to use all the, I can't be running the fridge, the fan, and the slow cooker all on the same day. I'd have to be making choices. As things stand, if I get that second EcoFlow, that might not be the same anymore. I've also got a television, but that's more of a joke. I've never, I can't say never used it. I used it once. I haven't got an antenna for receiving a signal, but I can put something on a USB drive, plug it into the back, and I could, in theory, watch a film on a television. At the minute, that would use too much power to be workable, and so it's been sat in a corner there for, I'm not sure. Well, it's about the same time I got the EcoFlow. We picked the TV up about a week before the EcoFlow arrived. Me and Joby, the guy that used to be in the field here, we were walking to Mercadona, saw it, TV immaculate with a bubble wrap over the top, and the remote control just balanced kind of on the top. Even with batteries in, we could just tell it was going to work. So we went to the supermarket. When we finished, we came back. I was carrying the shopping, I think, and he carried the TV back for me. We said on the way there, when we saw it, we said, if that's it, there's no way that's still going to be there in half an hour. But if it is, we're having it. And we did. We grabbed it. But it's been like it's been an ongoing joke. It would use, for 1 hour of that, it would use about a fifth of the power of my EcoFlow. So you wouldn't get much use of it in any one day. Maybe in the middle of summer I could put it on through the day for a laugh, but I haven't done so far. Well, I've got a few other bits and pieces that are electric that are just not coming to mind. I'm sure I'm causing offence to someone who's given me something that I'm not naming off the top of my head. But long and the short of it is that, yeah, I think somebody said in chat, I will get back to it when I put this back in position. Someone said power is everything. In the modern world, it really is. Before I got the EcoFlow and the large solar panel, I had two smaller ones, and I could just about scrape by with those, just charging a phone. Probably couldn't have kept lights going. I certainly couldn't have had camping fridge, freezer, and some of the other various bits, charging power banks and things. I've got a power bank here somewhere that I've misplaced. It was right here. How do I do this? It's an amazing skill I have for losing shit. Oh, here it is, look. The bed dips, things just generally move under me. So this power bank kept me going a couple of times when we've had not a lot of sun, and the EcoFlows got really low or even run out. My mate Joby gave me this one. Then again, he did owe me one, so we won't. Again, he mixes with a bunch of people who have like an infinite money glitch. They, I think I've discussed it before. I think I'm okay to say. They're from a country and they're on like a disability benefit, but they just call it a pension. And they're over here and they get more money than they know what to do with. For homeless people, if they were living a normal life, it'd probably be different. But because they're living homeless and still getting almost £2 a month each, they can just go out and just buy things and buy things and buy things. Then when they move, oh, that's too heavy to carry. Here, you have it. So he's been given 2 EcoFlows in the last 3 months, maybe. I think it was just before Christmas, the other one. He was given it and then it was stolen from him by another one of the same bunch. But yeah. So there was Hannah arriving. There was Josie saying it's only money. It was Zami that said electricity is everything. 100% as soon as the war started, certain anchor stores upped all their prices, yeah. Ivan, good music over there in Ireland. All is very good, my friend, and thank you for the donation earlier. I haven't got back to you yet, but I will. I will through the PayPal system. What size is the TV? I think it's 32 inches. That would be the best approximation I could give. I think when it's on, it draws about 50 watts. I can also put it on and play something and then turn the screen off, and it drops down to 20 or so watts. So for music or something like that, it would be okay. It does have a slight issue on one of the speakers on the, I think it's the bass. Now don't ask me about woofers and tweeters, I'm not. But when there's an explosion, it hits the, I was going to say it hits the top end, but that's not, it clips, it crackles a bit, it cuts off when there's a deep rumbling explosion on screen. But that's about it. That's about the only issue with it. But I haven't turned it on in 2 years. Ish. I don't know the exact timing, but it might be like 23 months since I last turned it on. Or maybe I turned it on one Christmas just for a half hour for a laugh. Who knows? Memory. What size is the TV? Reading anything good? I said, no, not at the minute. Newspapers and puzzles. Especially when the power was low, and I wanted to cut down on my, when I wanted to reserve power on the phone and the tablet. So I read a couple of the local newspapers. Struggled like hell with the quizzes that I used to do for fun. I said the other week, I used to do Sudoku without pausing. I like this puzzle. Oh, you won't be. This is going to be reversed. I like this puzzle. They give you there's a bunch of letters already in, and they give you a bunch of words, and you gotta use logic to work out what goes where. And I can usually get those without messing up. I say usually. I used to always get them without messing up. Nowadays I can sit there and sometimes it's focus, and sometimes, well, with stuff like that it's focus. When I'm looking at the crosswords and the quizzes that I used to fly through, that's just memory, that's just recall. It's just not what it used to be. And I know everyone says, oh, age, but I can't help feeling it's more than that. And bearing in mind, folks, it's part of the reason I came to Spain 10 years ago, because I was starting to feel it in my, what would have been at the time, 40s. Yeah. So I was getting it even when I wasn't old. Before the beard was white. The moustache was going white at the time. But the beard wasn't so much. The hair's still alright though, yeah? It's the line of the glasses downwards where everything turns white. It's the top of the ears downwards that's but anyway, such is life. You get old, don't you? Karen's in the house. Hello Karen. Ismo says I write tomorrow. Okay, my friend, I hope I haven't missed you entirely. I hope you're still here to hear me saying I will chat with you on Messenger. Karen steps in. Hello everyone. Okay. Yeah, they were just saying before 7 weeks, I think. Woofers and tweeters, can I play my 78s? You see, only if you've got a graphic equalizer with the slidey buttons and the flickering LEDs. Okay, you guys you're arranging your social calendar already. Sorry for your English, don't be silly. Never apologise for a second language, especially when you're talking to a Brit, when none of us have got one. Not in any way fluent, anyway. I mean none of us. Almost zero. Hmm. That is still burning on the way down. That's crazy. You know, you guys can chat offline. Well, not offline, but in private. Messenger or the other one, the green one, WhatsApp. Not 9 o'clock news sketch. Can I play my 78? Oh God, I don't remember that one. I was watching Not the 9 o'clock news recently. We like trucking and we like to truck and all that. Yeah, the racist policeman one stuff. And the gorilla. What was the gorilla called? Was it Gordon? No, that doesn't sound right. When I found him, he was wild. Wild? I was furious. We discussed the flange of gorillas the other day. Probably Friday. It's a Sunday, isn't it? Get my days muddled. But yeah. Are we spoiling your chat? Not at all. No. You're always welcome to chat amongst yourselves. That's okay. He's jealous. No. Yep, we're up in Punta Prima. I can never remember the name of those places south of here. But yeah, Punta Prima is one of them. That's the first one of them, really, isn't it? Once you leave Torrevieja to the south. You can always come and have a drink with me, yeah. Although I know some of you don't like the flies in the field and everything. Andy, sorry, how did I miss Andy? It does this sometimes, you know. I read Jasper's and I saw Josie's, and then when I scroll back, there are chats that weren't there or that weren't displayed to me. Andy is here. He's okay. He wants everyone to check that you're live. Look for the little red button in the bottom left-hand corner. If I'm going along with the chat and you make a comment and you're an hour behind or 20 minutes behind, your chat message might be out of context and I might not know what you're talking about. On the other hand, more likely, I'll be 20 or 30 minutes behind in chat, and when I get to your comment, I'll have no bloody context and I'll be lost anyway. This does happen quite often. Every time I go off on a tangent from a tangent, basically, which I haven't done so far. But yeah, as Andy is suggesting, ouch. Awkward click in the wrist when I wriggled my thumb. Hidden like button, folks. We're doing well here, aren't we? 14 likes within the first 40 minutes. We're doing well. But yeah, anybody can come down and have a drink with me, as Scotty and Lisa did yesterday. Came down, brought some cans, cracked the case open, and had a couple each, and they brought me some food, including steak, as I said before, including what I don't even know this word. Is this just my lack of knowledge of steaks, or is this a lack of knowledge of Spanish? Entrecote. I'm gonna type steak and then the beginning of the word and see entrecote. French term for a premium cut of beef used for steaks and roasts. A traditional entrecote is a boneless cut from the rib area. Hold on, it's a premium cut used for steaks and roasts. Okay, so it's far too good for an oik like me. Probably the sort of stuff that I would never have bought even back in the day, back in the real world. Back when I had money. Probably too good for me. Just a Barnsley lad. Flies in the field. Yeah, Marie, it's a field. It's countryside. Flies, mosquitoes, mice, rats. Somebody said snakes, but I'm not sure. No scorpions or anything so far. Lots of ants. All the wildlife. Parrots. We've got parrots in the field. Parrots, other birds, and owls. If you've got, I've got a playlist of nature, and there are some birds swooping around. It didn't really happen last year, but the year before there was swarms of them, flocks of them, whatever the not really murmurations, but they've got that divided tail. Swift, swallow, house martin, one of them, but I don't know which because I don't know wildlife. But yeah, we've got all the wildlife. It's a field. It's a field. Yeah. What can you say, folks? I don't know. Cats. We got cats. And a few dogs. People walk their dogs past here. They tend not to pick their mess up either, most of them. I watched one lady yesterday pick the dog mess up and then just throw it. She picked it up in the bag, you know, using the bag as a glove. But she didn't draw her hand out and tie it up and take it with her. She just picked it up and threw it into the bushes right outside my tent. And then she had the gall to stand there and wave at me. People, what can you do? We can also take you with us to a terrace. Yeah, that'd be nice. I'd have to scrub up well first and prepare her ladyship. But it's a possibility. Okay, folks, where are we? A drink of coffee, I think. So Scotty and Lisa weren't the only visitors this weekend. I'll tell you in a moment. This one was altogether less. Well, I was altogether less enthusiastic about it. I had just stepped into the other bedroom, my storeroom, which is also the little boy's room, and I was just finishing doing what you do in the bathroom, and there's a voice outside, and I'm a little bit taken aback because I'm in a slightly compromising position. I have gone in and kind of pulled the curtain behind me and done what I needed to do, but my doors were wide open for a through draft, for a cross breeze, so I wasn't really expecting anyone to be stood out there. Now there is the other guy who's living in the field at the minute, a bloke called John, Jon, but no, this guy there, he says, "Can I sit down?" What? Why is there a voice outside asking if we can sit down? And I was taken aback, and then he tried talking Spanish, and then he burst out in what I thought was Russian, but turns out was Ukrainian. Yeah, no, just some drunk bloke wants to sit down at my table and chairs. And I looked at him like what's going on? What's happening? But I said yeah. But I knew that wasn't going to be the end of it. Then he asked for water. Okay, I've got a few. I haven't got much water left, but there's a few little bottles that probably Karen would have brought, frozen water in with shopping and things to keep things cool. So I let him have one of the little bottles, and then he walks back over to the door. I've come back inside, and I figure, okay, he can drink the water, and then he can fuck off, go. But he's at the door again, looming large in my doorway. So I get up again, right? What this time? Can I have another water? And he signals one. Can I have one more? And, yeah, go on. And he takes one, and then he takes another, and then he goes over to the table again. Okay. Whatever, maybe miscommunication, taking two instead of one, I don't know. I let it slide, I let it go. And I come back inside and I'm watching videos, cuddling the dog. He's sat at the table. And then he's at the door again. Like I'm not getting a fucking rest. I'm not... What's going on? Have you got a phone charger? Can you charge my iPhone? I'm like, well, I've got the cable. I think I showed it the other day. I'll show you now. I've got this so-called octopus cable. Plugs into a USB-A slot, and then it gives you lightning, USB-C, I don't know if you can see that, USB-C, and micro USB. But it's only drawing from a USB-A port, so it's only going to charge it slowly. But I say, yeah, okay, I've got one. He says, oh, my phone, well, we have to do this through the translator on the tablet. He says, my phone is at the garage. They're charging it for me, but can you charge it? And I'm like, I could, but it'll be slow. I'm trying to put him off. And he heads off up to the petrol station, up to the garage. And he's gone forever. He's gone for ages. So I thought he'd gone, but I look up and he's just stood outside the petrol station. And then he starts to come down through the field. And then he disappears for a while. And then he's back at the door. And he hands me his phone. And I plug the lightning port in. Nothing. Doesn't do anything. I've never used it. I don't do Apple, so I've got no clue. I've used the micro. I've used the USB-C. But I've never used the lightning part, so I'm putting it and getting nothing. And the next thing, he takes his phone, he puts his rucksack on, and he just walks off. Doesn't say a fucking word. Doesn't say thank you for trying. He doesn't say thank you for the water. Doesn't say... I was worried all the time he was here it was going to end up in fisticuffs. There was just a... I mean, he was drunk or high, one or the other. And he's a big lad as well. But it's just a weird... And when he was walking up the field, I still, because he'd not said anything, I thought maybe he's just taking his phone back to the petrol station, back to the garage. Maybe they'll charge it again. And so I watched him go, and then I saw as he got up to the main road, he went along the main road, not over, and to the petrol station. Which is a weird thing to happen. The number of people who come to the homeless guy for help. I mean, it's not a lot in the grand scheme of things, but I've got quite a few of these stories now. It's only a few months ago that there was a couple walking past that asked for a bottle of water each. The fucking petrol station and the Chino Bazaar at the top of the road. Why are you asking the tramp for freebies? The guy that I used to live with that gets €800 a month in benefits. But when his money runs out, he comes here for me to help him. The couple that pulled up in the fucking BMW one day and came here and asked me for food. And I thought maybe it was like a medical emergency, like a diabetic thing. So I cooked him a couple of hot dogs. Um, the guy who came along and gave me a sob story about how he had to get back to Barcelona so he could get a flight to Argentina, and he wanted me to give him money. Who's asking the homeless guy to give them money? Or to help them, or to give them free food? It's fucking weird. Smithy, hello, hello. Lee, hello. Not been on for a while. No, it's been a little bit. It's been a little bit. How are you doing? So yeah, just people are just around, and I've not even included in the list the 4 or 5 gay blokes that have turned up at the door just wanting sex. Always blokes. Where are the women that just want sex? That's what I want to know. 4, I think 4, possibly 5 times I've had people just turn up and want sex. Who does that? Totally weird. So yeah, I could add them all up, and I could probably give like 15 stories in total of strange events where people just turn up wanting something from me. It's just weird. I've pondered the possibility of taking my folding table and chair from in the field and putting it this side of the tent next to the road with a begging sign. I've pondered the possibility, I've thought about the possibility, but it's just not really my way. But the people who come to the homeless guy asking for water, asking to sit down, asking to have their phone charged, asking for sex. Weird. People are weird. What can you do with them, folks? What can you do? Was I late starting this one? 22:54, and I'm just coming for. I was a minute late, apparently. I thought I started smack on time. Oh, well, maybe I took longer putting my jumper on than I thought. Don't know, folks. What do you think of people just turning up wanting help from the homeless guy? Have you ever asked a homeless guy for help? Ask a homeless guy for money. Ask a homeless guy for food or drink. Don't know. I mean, I was all right with when John arrived and he asked me if it was all right that he comes and stays in the field. That I thought that was a perfectly polite and reasonable thing to do, although absolutely not obligated, because it's not my field. But it was a nice touch and a nice introduction of him. Anyway, he asked if I could point out any spots that might be favourable. I thought he might go over that way in this particular set of trees, but no, he ended up in another because there's already someone in the trees over there. But on the other side, on the outside of the trees. I hear him coughing in the night, but never have anything to do with him. He walked past earlier, actually. But it's a mad, mad world, yeah. Have the kids stopped throwing stones? It makes me mad. More or less, yeah. There's a couple of young'uns came. I don't remember how long ago now. 4, 5, maybe 6 weeks ago, as a guess. I could be off by a month either side. No, it wasn't 2 weeks ago, but they were much younger than the other ones that had been doing it. They came. They threw one stone between them, as far as I could tell. I heard the thud, out in the bushes. It didn't hit the tent. It landed in the bushes, and by the time I stuck my head outside, they were already way off. So they'd held way back. They'd already got their bikes facing the other way, and they'd thrown a too light a stone from too far away. It landed in the bushes, and wasn't really a bother other than the worry that they might come back. That was the main worry at the time. And they drove off shouting "Vagabondo," which is basically, it's tramp in Spanish, but it has a criminal element to it. It's not just homeless, which might be sin hogar or sin teco, but it's more of a criminal tramp. Okay. But the other gangs of kids stopped. I was throwing stones back at the other bunch, and basically they got an intermediary to act as a peace envoy. They came and discussed it, and we all agreed to stop before someone got hurt. Basically, as a bloke, I'm better at throwing stones than they are, and their stones were wide of the mark, or just hitting the outer fabric or the tarpaulin, whereas my stones were rattling in on and around them as they ran away. Fucking play stupid games, win stupid prizes. But they came back and asked for like a ceasefire. So I think it was an older brother that was called into duty to come and discuss it. Weird thing, he was asking for my phone, like I was going to hand it over. Now the pretext, potential pretext, was that it was for translation to help communicate. But if you think I'm handing my phone over to a bunch of kids that have just been throwing fucking stones, hey? I'm not as green as I'm cabbage looking. No. I'm not putting my phone in your hands. So I don't know. I don't know whether the peace envoy was real or whether it was an attempt to rob my phone. The fuck was that? I think a fly must have landed in my cup before I put the water in. After I put the sugar and coffee in. And then it's got drowned. And I've just... I don't know if I got it out of my mouth or if I've swallowed it. Extra protein, folks. Extra protein. Karen has to be up early, so she's off. Okay, good night, Karen. Do they have food banks in Spain? You buy food that's out of date. So there are two kinds of things, aren't there? There are food banks, and there's another one called a food... Oh, what's the word? I was reading about this or watching videos about this the other week. So the food bank is specifically for poor people or people, you know, in desperate need. And the other one is still aimed in that direction, but anybody can go, and it's about getting food before it goes off or before it goes to waste. I don't know. I haven't... Everything I've seen about Spain says bureaucracy, bureaucracy, bureaucracy. The friend I was talking about some moments ago that gets 800 a month, he used to go to the Red Cross, and basically got, you know, the old lady shopping trolley. He got that full and about 3 Mercadona carrier bags, shopping bags, and he needed help to bring it back. So I went with him, and we went and got that. But the reason I bring this up, the amount of paperwork he had to go through first. He had to go around 5 different government offices getting paperwork stamped. Spain, they're still red ink, stamp with a date and in red to make it official, as proof. So he had to go to this government office on one day and this government office on another, and he had to go and get a list of. They keep a list of every job you've ever had, and certain places demand it, and you have to go and ask for a copy of it, and it has to be stamped. And after it's stamped, it's only valid for X number of days, like 10 or 28 or something. And you have to get all 4 or 5 bits of paper that are required, and then you have to go to the place that wants it. And if any one of those pieces of paper is kind of out of date already, begin again. It's unbelievable. But they love their red ink. Consequently, me, Spain, bureaucracy, it's never really happened. And I probably wouldn't, I don't see how I would fall within any of their rules. What I will say, will I? I will. When we did go to the Red Cross to get his food parcels, the number of big black Mercedes and BMWs parked outside was incredible. The road was filled with big black posh expensive cars. And the men sat behind the wheel and they sent the women and kids in to go get the food. I won't comment on who these people were, but you can probably guess. But yeah. There's Oscar, just joined. Hope you and Tina are doing well. Lurking is feeling under the weather since Friday. What happened Friday, mate? You're just feeling ill. Did I say goodbye to Karen? I think I did. Good night, Karen, if you're still here. But we know you are not. You can get back to the UK, mate. One day I will, and I want to. But it's a matter of lining up all the ducks, as I keep telling people who harangue me to go to the embassy or whatever. Other things to tackle first, legal things. The embassy can't get you out of the country while you've got legal things hanging over your head. They won't interfere with the legal machinations of your host nation. You have to go through that process, and if they say can't leave the country or whatever, yeah. Life. Oh, Tommy Tombstone, hello, mate. I was just discussing you earlier because Ryan was here. Vitruvium. I don't know if you guys ever connected, because you're both in Valencia or in and around the Valencia area. Life is swings and roundabouts. Happy Sunday evening to the world. Hello, Tom. Andy said good night to Karen. Ill over the weekend as well, getting food down at last. Well, that's good to hear. Was there a specific cause? Have you got any idea what it was? Food poisoning somewhere, or bad beer? Well, the coof, is the coof, does that still exist? C19, is that still a thing? I've no idea. So I hear some people talk about how they've had it 4, 5, 6 times, and I never did. I never did. I kept myself to myself during those days. I mean, I was living in an apartment with my friend at the time. And then I moved out halfway through COVID, didn't I? In the August or September, maybe, of 2020. Got my own apartment because of a misunderstanding about his girlfriend. Never said this. So I've been in 3 years in this apartment with this chap, with my friend, and he tells me one day that his girlfriend's coming over. And I'm like, oh, okay, that's nice. I'm thinking, nice holiday, whatever. I'll leave it a few weeks or a month, and he says, I don't see any signs that you're looking for your own place. I said, no, I'm happy here. What? No, I told you my girlfriend's coming over. I said, yeah? No, she's coming to stay. She's moving in. Oh, okay. All right, I got to go get my own place. I had about a week to find. No clue, just hot, cold flashes. So that's a fever. And trouble eating, sleeping. That's probably your body fighting off a virus. Is it? Fever's a virus, isn't it? Usually, you can't always say these things, but cat kept you company. Well, that's nice. It's nice that the. It's nice that the. Is it the landlady's cat? The person who owns the apartment. Voyager 1 is 15.4 billion miles away. Yeah, it will be one light. Is it a light? I can't. Is it a light month? It's not a light month, is it? It might be. There's some what's the word? There's some threshold coming up, isn't there? Later this year. Let me just have a look in case I'm going to assume no one's got there before me. I got to know now. It's obviously not one light second because that's just 7 times around the Earth. 175,000 miles. I mean, that's nothing. So it's not that. Voyager. Light. Day. Is it? Around November 15th of this year, NASA's Voyager 1 will become the first human-made object to reach one light day from Earth. Roughly 16.1 billion miles. About 26 billion kilometers. Radio signals obviously take about 24 hours to reach the probe, creating a 48-hour round trip. Yeah, and didn't it have trouble as well? They had to reorientate it or something, switch some systems off and others on. It's powered by radioactive decay, isn't it? If I remember correctly. Josie thinks that that you guys are suffering from the flu that she had earlier this month. Oscar thinks he's been overdoing things. General aches and pains, but not eating much. I should be okay, mate. Thanks for asking. And Tom, light day. Okay, Lee got there probably before me. Tommy Tombstone and Josie. Yeah. I think I went from. Did I go from light hour to light week or something? I probably skipped the light day. I would have had to work out on the fly how many seconds in a day, and I'm no good at that. Hold on, 3,600 in an hour. Let's call that 4,000, and let's multiply it by 20. That would be 80,000. Would be my approximation for. Hold on, did I get that right? Yeah, about 80,000 seconds in a day. That's my approximation. Just let me check how. Let me see how dumb I was, and because I rounded at both ends, rounded up on one end and down at the other. Seconds in a day. What did I go with? Did I end up on 80? 80,000. 86,400. Within 10%, which is acceptable for a guesstimate. Mr. Sharafja, hello, sir. We've got all of the Dutch. Dutch, that's still the right term, is it? And we haven't gone all politically correct and changed it to Netherlandish or Netherlanders. I I'll still go with Dutch. Okay, folks. An hour and 10. I have to move around a little bit. Still struggling with my back with this bed. Oh, some days I just wake up and I have to lay there for 10 seconds before I can move. Intense back pain. I'm not sure if it's Tina kicking me in the night or pressing against me, or if it's this mattress sloping into the middle from both ends. But also this, whoa, headbutting the lights. This leaning over at funny angles to talk to you guys, and then spending a couple of hours with my arm out like this to manipulate the chat, which I'm about to jinx it. Chat isn't jumping around yet. I know that it will in the end. Mr. S goes with Netherlanders. I think he's pulling my leg. In English we're Dutch. Yeah, okay. You guys say Netherlanders. I can see my breath in front of me. It's not cold, is it? I don't think it's cold. That's probably the hot coffee. Or my dragon breath, one or the other. Temperature at the minute, where are we? 12, so it's not hot. I used to find 13 degrees really uncomfortable. Now I sit here and I say that 12's not that bad. Which one of these tells me the dew point? Not this one, it's the one that was already on. Hold on, let me go back. Where does it put it? Oh, the dew point's not till 4 degrees, so there's no way I should be seeing my breath. Must be the coffee. I haven't got anywhere to put this down now because I've just moved myself. Now I haven't got anywhere to put the tablet down. I don't know, folks. I can't get comfy. Never understood the meaning of the dew point. So warm air carries moisture and carries more moisture than cold air. The dew point is the temperature at which the air can no longer sustain all of the moisture that's in it. Basically, it's the point where humidity hits 100% or 101%, and the water condenses out, and you can see your breath, or it'll form on cold surfaces. I heard someone say once, it was a kid asked a question online to a parent, and it was a really good question. Humidity was like in the high 90s in whatever area they were in, and the kid said, "Well, why are we not swimming? You know, if there's so much moisture, if it's 100% wet, why is it not? Where's the water?" But it's 100% is the maximum amount of moisture the air can hold, and the dew point's a temperature at which it can no longer hold that amount that it's already soaked up. Where grass gathers water, it's all of that. Any surface, yeah, it will on the outside of a tent, on the inside of a tent, for God's sake. Some mornings in summer when it's a really warm day, I get up in the morning and it's wet through outside. The table is just covered in large water droplets where it's all gathered, droplet upon droplet, and you get that kind of dappled effect, but it's all water droplets. The floor will be wet. I've still got the old tarp on the floor outside the door here. Some mornings I'll step outside in bare feet. It'll be fucking wet through. I walk around the camp a lot not in bare feet, but in stocking feet, in my socks, which are still horrendously falling apart. I still haven't put my new ones on. I don't know why not. I bought all of that stuff from Temu and I've used hardly any of it still. I still think This is the only thing I've used from a €50 Temu order. Everything else is still in the bag, including another one of these. I bought about 20 items that were like €2 each. Something along those lines. Including 3 more pairs of glasses. Not these ones, these are still the ones that Josie brought me. But some of those have gone the way of the others. I think there's another pair here still. Yeah, there is. They've been laying there a while. This is another pair that Josie brought. She brought me a bag with about 5 pairs of glasses of differing prescriptions. I think I'm right in saying one was broken on arrival, and I think I've broken one since then. And I think the pair that I just showed, the pair, I think they were the right prescription, but were too loose on around the head. They kept falling off every time I moved. Every time I looked down, they were dropping off, so they were going to get broken sooner or later. I got these and a couple of other pairs that Josie brought, but I just had that feeling that sooner or later they're gonna break. These have been remarkable, actually. I do keep catching on things, and like on the sides of the tent or on walls of the tent and stuff, and they've survived so far, but they won't survive forever. I have new ones for you. Oh, I went out and bought some myself from Temu. I think I got 3 pairs for €5 maybe. Might have been 6 or 7, but if you need them, I've taken care of it. I bought 3 pairs. I can't keep asking other people to get them when I can get them myself. And I was putting in a Temu order anyway, and they were almost for free. Hello, Mr. O'Hara, Kevin, in Ireland. I can never remember where, and I don't remember whether it's the north or the south. And I don't know that it matters nowadays. I don't know. Well, does it? I think we're on our way to a unified Ireland eventually. That seems to be the way the wind's blowing, whether people want it or not. I'm getting political. All is indeed well, my friend. Yeah, pretty much. Donations for people that need help, and Mike is one of them, I think, says Josie. I think that's me trying to correct the sentence. Deep south, my friend. Waterford with the crystal. Is that right? Waterford crystal, that's a thing, isn't it? Glass blowers and crystal glass and all of that stuff. I think you did tell me in the past you were in the southern end, because when that storm was going to hit Cornwall, I worried for Ireland as well at the same time. Oldest city in Ireland, founded by the Vikings as a deep water port. You see, you live and you learn, don't you? You live and you learn every day. I always like to learn something new. I don't always remember it all. That's the memory isn't quite what it used to be. But you can shut up. I think my phone is still set to do not disturb mode, isn't it? Is it the Oscars tonight? Okay. Does anybody bother with the Oscars anymore? I couldn't even name a film that's been released this last year. I mean, I'm probably not their target audience, being a tramp in a field, but Aren't there just one or two films that have been nominated for everything? One of them sounds like Hamlet, but isn't Hamlet. Hamnet? Hanmet? I don't know. The fuck? Why? I think a rodent just ran past with a cat chasing after it. I think that's what that was. Two things just ran past. And there's quite a plastic kind of lip on the floor at that end. You live and forget. I try to live and learn, but yeah, often don't manage it. Don't care about the Oscars. No, I don't think most people do anyway. Most of these are. There used to be big events that people watched live on TV. The Oscars. What was the other one? You got the theatre ones, the radio ones, the Oscars. Then you had the BAFTAs over here in Britain. He says, over in Britain. Then you had the Mobos. Was it Music of Black Origin Awards? And they all used to be televised and get quite an audience, and now not so much. Golden Globes, was that the one? That was one, wasn't it? Bordering on politics again, and I didn't mean to. I think people got sick of being preached at by whoever wins, you know. Hence Ricky Gervais saying, come up, get your award, say thank you to your God, your manager or your agent and your parents. Get your award and go away. Nobody wants to hear about your politics, and yeah. I think I was a big part of it. Being lectured about whatever the current thing is. At least in my humble opinion, I think that's been a big part of it. And going on too long with speeches and things. Wexford, Viceford, that's going to be White Fjord, yeah? Vice is white in most Germanic languages. Fjord is a water crossing, isn't it? A shallow crossing where you can get over. Is it, or is that just English? We call them fords. Fjord. I guess that's is that just a lake in Scandinavia? Don't know. Again, showing my the limits of my knowledge. Just looking at a bunch of. Oh, that's the other thing, isn't it? Oh, what gown are you wearing? Oh, it's Yves Saint Laurent, or it's nobody cares. Just shut up. And someone lends them £2 million worth of jewellery, so they can go jangle, jewellery. Hollywood and Jimmy Savile, what could they possibly have in common? Lots of rumours about a lot of those Hollywood people. And not just that, oh God, I'm going to confuse myself. You had Weinstein, the film producer that was raping everybody, and the other one, Epstein, who was in touch with everyone with money. Yeah, I'm not going there, but no, there are lots. If you look at Tom Hanks rumours, for instance, yeah, lots of rumours. Just looking at a bunch of rich folks, where's the fun in that? Some people are really into fashion, aren't they? They want to see what handbag you're carrying and who it's by. This is why the girls on the council estates, the girls that grow up with no money, all want a £5,000 handbag. It's the craziest shit ever. people with no money, and the first money they get, they want to spend it on something as useless as a handbag. And they've got a really keen eye. They can spot a fake from real. That's a really useful skill when you're living on a council estate and have got no money. So council estate equals social housing for anybody not from Britain. But yeah, envying the wrong people. Fjord doesn't have to be shallow. Okay, in Britain, a ford, which is I would have thought was the same word. That's a shallow crossing over where there's water over a road and you can just drive through carefully. But yeah, fjord I guess is just more of a lake or a river or something in Scandinavia. Again, showing the limits of my knowledge and my ignorance. There are sharks in the Trondheim fjord that never go above 200 or 300 meters below. Sharks. Bitey fish. Sharks in cold water. Why does that sound wrong to me? Now we've got sharks in Morecambe Bay in England, but that's because we've got a nuclear power station pumping out hot water into the bay. I mean, there must have been somewhere nearby to detect the warmer water, but it attracts them in. We had a storm one year while I was at school, and the big waves were coming up and over and onto the promenade. And as we were walking back from the fish and chip shop at dinner time back to school, we weren't supposed to go out, but we did. But as we were walking back, there's this. I'm going to say the best part of a meter, maybe 3/4 of a meter. Call it 2 foot if you want, if you know what a foot is. But yeah, 2 foot long. What we thought was a baby shark, but we don't know our ass from our elbows because we were just school kids. But yeah, sharks in Morecambe Bay. But that's only because of the warm water from the power station. Heysham, or Heysham, however you prefer, but the locals call it Heysham. Although they do get arguments from some old folk. Waterford comes from Vadrafjord, Weatherhaven. The Irish towns may be derived from fjord if they have inlets. Skål and Slante, says Tommy Tombstone to Kev. Bet I butchered that. It looked okay to me. Might be a single N, I don't know. Oh, my phone just dipped in brightness, which probably means I'm like that. After I showed Tina, did I not plug it back in? Am I down to something stupid? 4%. Fuck. What an idiot. If it had gone any lower, if it gets to 3, it turns out it cuts off the internet. I think we had that once, didn't we? I think that was when I was doing an outside. I was doing a live stream from outside in the day, a cooking stream perhaps. And I got so low on power that we lost the connection for 2 or 3 minutes until I could top it up and come back on. Very nearly happened again if I'd not noticed the dip in brightness of the screen. Silly. Tommy Tombstone says, as far as I know, only Norway, Chile and Alaska have proper fjords. Not all sharks are bitey fish. Really? Because they've all got that same shape and the mouth on the bottom with big teeth, haven't they? The basking sharks. Is that a shark? Basking shark. It's not a whale, is it? Basking sharks. Those are the ones with the grill in their mouth, and they just filter, swallow up the plankton or whatever. Could be. Those wouldn't be very bitey. Aren't they? No, those are not sharks. I was going to say the ones that the women go to the health centre and have little fish nibble at their feet to take the dead skin off, but they're probably not sharks. Fjords, long and narrow bays or inlets from the ocean. Okay. Words. Yeah. Zami asks, when was the first time you rented a video? Oh, you do like to come up with these good kind of talking point questions. Let me throw it back at you. When was yours? I do remember. Well, do I? Yeah. I remember going to video shops with a friend. So him and his mum were doing the video rental, and it would have been 1980. And it would have been such classics as Conan the Barbarian. Condor Man was probably somewhere around there with Michael. Some others do have them. Ooh, Betty. Crawford, Michael Crawford. Condor Man. We watched a load of Rutger Hauer films. How do you pronounce his name? Rutger Hauer, I'm going to say. Other videos at that time. I don't know. Gets mixed in with all the other memories of visits to video shops in later years. Closer to 1990. But the first time would have been about 1980, 81. And we had to go quite a distance. We had to go from the village I lived in to a place called Goldthorpe. I'm not sure if that's what we had to do, but that's where they were renting from. They were early adopters of everything. They were the first people I knew that had SodaStream. First people I knew that had a video recorder. First people I knew that had Scalextric. Yeah. I remember thinking it was a magical place to visit on a Friday with my dad, said Zami. Yeah. I mean, it was new technology. You had programs and TV programs and films and things available that you otherwise wouldn't have had. It was kind of a magical time for new technology. Videos, home computers, SodaStream. You had all these developments. So the video shop I remember was a little independent one. So this is before Blockbuster was even a thing. Certainly in the part of country I lived in. I've no idea when Blockbuster did become a thing, but no. Goldthorpe. It's not exactly around the corner from us. It's a good drive. Yeah, it was almost an afternoon out. Just going to the video store, then getting back to theirs and watching the 2 or 3 films that they'd picked up. I'm trying to remember what summer that would have been. Dex's Midnight Runners were Come On Eileen was in the charts. Well, it was being played on the radio. Dex's Midnight Runners. Nick Kershaw? No, that's not right. Nick Haywood, maybe. Or was that just... Oh, wherever I lay my hat, that's my home. What was he called? Paul Young? He was in the charts around the same time, that same summer, I think. I think those are all the same summer. If that helps anyone to place it. Yeah, magical times. Magical times going to the video store for the first time. And and of course you always try to get a glance at the mucky ones. Actually, the mucky ones were through a curtain into like a little side room, but there was the more racy ones that weren't full on mucky, but that were still quite suggestive on the cover on the cover art. Boys will be boys. Yeah. So yeah, around those times when we got our first video recorder, and of course it wasn't just the stuff that you went to the video store and got. It was the stuff that you could record directly off the TV, and the family arguments about what to watch live and what to record. And if there wasn't a clash, you could watch it and record it if there was nothing else on at the same time. Remember, only 3 channels at the time, maybe 4 slightly later. The 4th one came on 81, 82 maybe, channel 4. I think I've looked this up before. I've got a feeling we've had half of this conversation previously, but I don't mind having another dab at it, another dig at it. But channel 4 start date, So channel 4 and the pound coin, was it, or the 20 pence piece, they're all roughly the same time. Channel 4 start date. November 2nd, 1982, so it's maybe a year later. Let's have a look at pound coin now. No. Pound coin introduction. Rubik's Cube was all about the same time as well. That's probably 80. Pound coin start or launch, or... That was 83, that's a little bit later. Hold on, now I need to know about the 20 pence piece, because they're all in that same period. 20p coin start date. Start date's not really the right phrase, is it? 82 again. Why do I remember them all as being the same? I guess they're the same time period. 80, 81, 82. Yeah, no, I'm still trying to remember films that from the video store. I mean, there was some obvious trashy ones, but I just don't. There's some films I remember, and I don't quite. I can't place the time period. I've also got in my head. See, I remember going in a video store and seeing Star Trek: The Next Generation episodes before it had even been on TV in Britain. But that was late 80s, nearly 1990. So I'm trying to remember the early 80s versus the later 80s. Just going to scroll back quickly. I see that Mr. S is heading off. Good evening, sir, if that's you done. Mr. S never rented videotapes. His parent did get some occasionally for them. Okay. I seen Condo Man at the cinema. Loved it. It was wacky. It was fun. It was. I guess Michael Crawford had finished with Some Mothers Do Have 'Em, and I guess he didn't know where he was going next. And this is before he did musical theatre, because he went on to do, was it Joseph Technicolor, what was that called? Coat of Many Colours. I think he was the first singer for that. Hold on. Okay, Magical Place with Your Dad. Tommy Tombstone, I looked it up. There are 5 species of shark in Trondheim's Fjord. 2 of them are among the largest fish in the world, apparently. They all live way deep, and it would be safe to swim. And was one of them a basking shark? Would be safe to swim if you're fit. Yeah. I'm guessing the water's not very warm, though. Mr. S never rented much DVDs. I've never rented a DVD. Have I ever owned a DVD? Only for data on computers. Don't think I never bought a DVD, never bought a Blu-ray. I seen Condo Man at the cinema, that was that, mate. Never rented videotapes. Okay, I read that one. Used to have a bunch, but I reckon they're long gone. Do you know, when I first became homeless and I was walking around the bins, every week there'd be boxes of videotapes put out, and then boxes of DVDs. So people having a clear out of stuff that they've had. Maybe they're moving and they've just had this stuff, in the back of a cupboard somewhere or in the cellar or something, and they get rid of them. But you literally look at them and ask yourself, who the hell wants them? Now, there is a movement at the minute, isn't there, for people to own their own copies of films and things, because studios are editing them and putting silly warnings on them and cutting certain scenes out. So the idea of owning your own original, so that if you're doing the digital ownership thing, if you're owning them in the Google store or something, they can come back and edit them. Owning your own cuts it out, but I've always said just download a bloody copy. Don't pay money to have it in an online store, because the online store disappears or removes it or pulls the plug or doesn't have the rights to it anymore, and now you can't access the thing that you paid for. They use the word, you can rent a movie for a few euros or you can buy it outright, so they say, but they can still just whip it away and rob you of what you've bought. Magnet search, folks. Magnet search and flood. That is all. I shall say no more. Have a copy on your hard drive. Have a copy on 2 hard drives, because a bit of redundancy doesn't hurt with these things. Computers can be like that. But yeah, your own copy doesn't have to be a hard copy. You don't want to be sitting there twatting about with DVDs and CDs and whatever else. Blu-ray. Just download it. Technical advice from a tramp in a field. Ice cream vans selling blue tapes in the good old days. Not something I ever experienced, but I can believe that such things happened. Yeah, or the local newsagent with these under the counter stuff, or even the video shop with his under the counter stuff that was perhaps stronger than an 18 certificate. Mr. S was heading off. Basking sharks in Anglesey. Okay, Scotty, you still here or are you in and out? Basking sharks in Anglesey. Those are big ones, yeah? I should look at it myself, shouldn't I, instead of asking you guys. Hold on. Basking sharks don't have teeth. No, those are the ones when they open their mouth, it's just like a grill. It's a line of a filter for filtering out. I'm gonna say plankton, but it could be shrimp or anything else. I've no clue. Again, showing the extent of my ignorance. But we can quickly When did this start making click click noises when I type? Where would you turn that off? There you go, yeah, weird looking mouths. It's like looking down the launch bay on Battlestar Galactica. Or that chute that Jean-Claude Van Damme goes down in Time Cop when he hits the wall at the end. It looks like that. Basking shark, the second largest living shark and fish after the whale shark. One of three plankton-eating shark species, along with the whale shark and megamouth shark. Never heard of the megamouth shark, but that's a lovely name. Adult weighs about 5 ton. Classed as vulnerable. And it looks like they hunt in packs, schools, shoals. I don't know what the word is. You live and you learn, folks. It's probably not why you came here. Definitely not bitey. Ah, okay. Tom found someone who doesn't know the English names for them. Whale shark, megamouth shark, and basking shark, I'm going to guess. But local video shop owner got locked up for naughtiness. Oh, I'm not reading that out. Okay. They probably should have examined his video collection and his customer base, because it now appears that those guys hang around in packs, groups, shoals, commemorations. What's a pack of pedos called? We should call that a gallows of pedos. That's the group noun I'm going to go with. Basking shark is one of them. Okay, fuck. Has anyone been watching? Have I actually touched my beer yet tonight? I did. I said cheers at one point, didn't I? I think that's the only time I've touched the beer so far. I've got to finish this first coffee off. We are 2 hours in, nearly. Oh, that is colder than I like. And despite the size of my mouth, I've still not finished it. That was deeply unpleasant. Let me reach up and get the other one down. I always did two, folks. I remember before I used to make those noises. Okay, babe. Let me just check on my girl. Actually, I got to take that bad taste out of my mouth. I'll go with a beer. Scotty's beer. Got my posh beer. Rather than the supermarket's cheapest. Hey, babe. You okay? You're okay? Your ears are cold. Oh, you're snoring. I thought you were just moving. She is purring contentedly. Purring contentedly right next to me. She must have just had a little shuffle to get comfortable. But her ears are getting cold, folks, so it must be a little colder than I think. My ears are getting cool. I didn't notice. Is it still 12 degrees? says here it's still 12 degrees. Where's my thermometer? I normally trip over it about 5 times a day, but when I want it, it's not here. 11 feels like 9. That might explain it. And tomorrow's going to be a little cooler than today. But still sunny all day, so that's good. We shall have plenty of electricity. Where did chat go? Okay, folks. Next topic. Unless anyone can think of some other videos from around, some other videos from the video shop around those dates. I can't. Why can I not? We watched loads and loads and loads. In the summer holidays, I was around at my friend's house and we'd watch 2 a day. And now I've got no clue what we watched. I remember some of the classics. I remember the Conan stuff. But not much else. Conan, Rutger Hauer. No. Not a clue. Isn't that interesting how you can have such fond memories of a period and of an activity, but the specifics just aren't there. That's kind of weird. That's kind of weird. So you're not remembering the actual events or incidents, you're just remembering like a general fondness. How bizarre. Goes back to the memory thing, doesn't it? More topics, folks. More questions, more topics, or do you want me? I've got. I did actually draw up a list, well, I asked Google for a list of random topics that I can just draw up if we're stuck for conversation pieces. Or I could have a quick look through this week's events and see if there's anything else of interest that happened. Oh, well, they kind of are, aren't they? Where did I put that list? Yeah, kind of my thank yous for the week. So my friend Tom came around one day and brought me some food, some bread, and some sandwich stuff to put on the bread. We've already talked about Scotty and Lisa, Scott and Lisa that came around, and everything that they brought. I can't even remember. I couldn't even pick out now because some of it went in the fridge and some of it went on the chair and some of it went in the kind of the veg rack with other things. My veg rack isn't really for storing veg. It ends up with tins and jars and condiment bottles mainly. But there are other thanks for this, aren't there? The people who've donated. UK Richie donated. I think that was Friday night. And then Ivan, who was here earlier, good music. Ivan donated. I think that was first thing this morning. I haven't got back to him on that yet, but he was here earlier. I don't know if he still is lurking. But yeah, I've got to say my thank yous to people, folks. I've got to say my thank yous to the people who help. But let me come out of that and go into this list of what would it be called? Random topic sounds like a likely note name. And it's now all so much bigger on the tablet than it was on the phone. Let me have a look down here. Porky's, yeah, Porky's was a funny film, and that was like that kind of era, yeah. And a little bit after, you had all of those what is it, Brat Pack movies they were called, weren't they? All of the Brat Pack ones. Those American high school romance kind of films. Pretty in Pink was probably a little bit later, but Breakfast Club and was there one called something like Cambridge Blues or Oxford Blues? Um, St Elmo's Fire. I'm probably touching on the 90s now rather than 80s. Again, there's different periods that all kind of merge together in my head. But all of those, I can't even remember the names of half of them. Emilio Estevez and oh, what's the Mexican-looking bloke? The Young Guns. All of those guys that were in Young Guns. I don't know what year these would be. I'm probably off. Like I said, I probably strayed into the 90s. Oh no, Young Guns is 88, so it's a little bit later. Let's get the cast. Emilio Estevez, Kiefer Sutherland, Lou Diamond Phillips was the one I was thinking of. Charlie Sheen, and then some older ones. And a lot of people I've never heard of. Is that right? Tom Cruise was in Young Guns. Really? I'd never noticed him. Lots and lots of people I've never heard of. But that's again my ignorance, not a comment about them. What were the other films I was mentioning? When was Breakfast Club? Breakfast Club. Not the soundtrack, the film. Oh, I've spelled breakfast wrong. That won't help. Breakfast Club movie 85. It's a little bit in between it. Oh, and seeing him reminds me of Weird Science. Weird Science was a good one. Josie's heading off, going to sleep. Bye bye, Josie. Speak soon, I guess. Okay. I did have the tablet out for a reason, didn't I? Before I went off on one about those films. What was that guy called? Andrew somebody or other. He was the heartthrob in a lot of those films and who disappeared. He never really made a go of a career after. Whoa, that's not what I wanted to click on. Andrew. Oh, I'm going to type Brat Pack with a B, not a R. Brat Pack. Andrew McCarthy. Yeah. What has he done? I think someone wanted to do a Brat Pack documentary and he refused to take part. What do I do? Click on Wikipedia or go to his filmography? Don't know, folks. Just give me a second. I'll be right back with you. You're probably not interested in any of this at all. Known as a member of the Brat Pack with roles as a director, he is known for his work on Orange is the New Black. Okay, so he went into directing. Mannequin, yeah, that was big, wasn't it? So St Elmo's Fire, Pretty in Pink, and Mannequin. That's right, he was the heartthrob in Mannequin. Ranked number 40 on VH1's 100 Greatest Teen Stars of All Time. Just gonna... there's like a big gap in his career there between 88 or 89 and then 2000 and something. I think there was a difficult transition from teen heartthrob to grown-up acting. So he's moved into directing. That's what happened to him, basically. A couple of minor roles in TV series and guest spots. Sorry, folks, you're probably not interested. You've probably got no idea who the fuck Andrew McCarthy is, and that's okay. Where was I going before that? I was going into my notes for random topics to talk about. Unless you guys have got questions that you guys want to... You got random questions? Books, movies, this year, that year, the other year? We're trying not to go off onto children's TV from the 80s or whatever, 70s and 80s. We've done that one a few times. Here's a question for you all. Let's ask you guys. A childhood hobby you wish you still practiced today. What hobbies did you have as kids that you've no longer kept up? Let's throw it open to you guys to chat. Talk to a tramp. That's why you're here. That's what I put on all the blurb, isn't it? Come and talk to a tramp. You know you want to. Do I have any childhood hobbies? Did I? I played darts quite a lot as a kid. Quite well for a while. Threw 180 a couple of times. Had to go a few years before I came out here, before I came to Spain in the local pub, and it wasn't the same. I would have needed a lot of practice to get back in on that. Someone just mentioned CB radio. Andy, kind of miss CB radio. I mean, it still exists. You can still do it. But there are other things now, aren't there? Meshtastic, all of that stuff, which I guess picks up and runs with the idea of keeping in contact, come what may. A lot of preppers and things are doing the whole meshtastic. I think there's a competing protocol or whatever as well. But yeah, setting up your independent nodes and forming the mesh and being able to keep in touch. And if any one node on the network still has internet connection, then the rest of you can still take part or still make use of whatever's attached to the network. But yeah, low power, long range kind of radio stuff. Meshtastic and mesh core looks cool. Yeah, I've read a few things about them. Obviously, I'm not in a position to be having a dabble. But yeah, off-grid comms, yeah, off-grid. But if any other, but you can put that you can attach to your grid, to your mesh. You can attach the internet and make it available to others for certain kinds of things as well. From what I understand, from what I was reading. So if the internet goes out in your area, but someone who's a few hops from you still has an internet connection, some things low bandwidth, low throughput, but some things could still work. But yeah, off grid entirely is what the preppers and things are looking at. You can attach weather stations and things as well, can't you? And people can all get access to the to the data, to the output. All of the good stuff. But yeah, let's not go too far off on prepper stuff, because I was the most unprepared prepper ever for my circumstances. Which is why I call myself prepper adjacent rather than actual prepper. But other hobbies. Did I see? Okay. Tommy Tombstone was better at swimming and climbing small, medium-sized rocks and trees. Ooh, climbing trees. I did that a little bit, mainly to grab conkers and things. Horse chestnut, if you will. Too stupid to just throw sticks up at the tree and knock the conkers down. We used to climb up and get them. Until that one time I slipped and I got a, if I call it a thorn, I'm underplaying it. I got a stick sticking in my knee at one point. Not a big stick, but yeah. Oh, and then there was the time that I fell from where the two main boughs of the tree branch off from the trunk. I fell from there onto my back on the floor, and I winded myself for the first time in my life. I'd never been like truly winded, where your back's been knocked so hard that your lungs empty and I could not breathe for over a bloody minute. It was the most petrifying thing that happened in my childhood, I think. Falling out of trees, folks. Falling out of trees. Yeah. All the good stuff. We all had the mate who climbed too high onto the branches that were too thin, and then started to panic and wouldn't come down. You have to climb up and coax him down. Yeah, climbing trees, always fun. So Tom liked swimming and climbing rocks and trees. Alpine skiing, only been 2 or 3 times since 15. In general, less active. I guess once you grow up, you lose a lot of that. So kids, we did a lot of bike riding, a lot of riding your bicycle, a lot of running around the field playing football for hours on end. I mean, hours and hours and hours on end. And yeah, then you reach a certain age and it kind of stops, doesn't it? You don't play out with your friends once you're 18. Let me correct that. We didn't. The current generation, the current youth, what's a word I can use? There aren't many. I want to say retarded, but I don't mean stupid. I mean, they're not as advanced. They're young for their age. I think I've had this conversation in the past. We used to be out on our bicycles from 7 years old onwards, like away from home. Go to your friends, go do this, go do that. Nowadays, they don't get let out unsupervised until they're like 15. Or a lot don't. And that has led to a slower development into adulthood. And so they are still playing out at 16, 17, 18. They've only just started being out and independent. And whereas we at 16, 17 were sneaking into bars and pubs, this modern thing of identification, ID cards, age verification everywhere, they don't have that option. They can't even go to the local off license or local shop and say, hey, it's for my dad, like we all used to. So they're slower developmentally into adulthood, that transition So they are just playing out. Now they've got these fancy electric scooters and things, but they're still what I would have called just playing out. But I would have been 10 or 11 doing it, and they're 15 to 18 doing it. Anyway, I won't have that particular rant, not too much anyway. The phones ruined everything. Phones or internet? I mean, the two are tied, aren't they? The two are linked. I guess mobile internet. The fact that kids just sit there doom scrolling, they're doom scrolling, whereas I was playing Doom in my 20s. Whenever it was that Doom came out. 90? 91? Let's find out. Oh, Wolfenstein before Doom as well, though, yeah. What am I going to look at? We'll look at Wolfenstein first. Wolfenstein original. What do I type? Shareware. No, I'm not looking for 2020. 1992. May the 5th, 92. Wolfenstein 3D. First episode of Doom. Episode, is that not that? That's not the right word. Doom series. Launch. 93 video game. The original and still the best, I would say. But yeah, okay. So is it computers that ruined it? Is it the internet, or is it phones, which are an amalgamation? Don't know. The touchscreen arrived when I was in secondary school. It's been a slow fade for the human spirit. Well, there was lots of kind of proto touch screens. They didn't really take off though until the iPhone. I'm going to say 2007. But yeah, there was lots of precursors. Usually with some kind of shiny light matrix around the bezel. Or with a what do you call them? The pokey thing where you touch the screen with that rather than your finger. There is a word. What's the word? Pokey thing for computers. Pokey thing for computers. Oh, come on, someone tell me. Put me out of my misery. What do you call the little pen that you touch the screen with? Like on the Apple Newton. Now it's stylus. Stylus is the word. I got there in the end, look. Only 20 seconds too late. What we got here? Touchscreen, slow fade for the human spirit. Ferris Bueller's Day Off. There's another one of those classic 80s films. Again, it's that high school thing, isn't it? Can I remember who was in it? Can you name them? I can't remember their names, the actors. No. The girl who played his sister had a better career than any of them, didn't she? She was in other stuff. Wasn't she Dirty Dancing? Is it the Dirty Dancing girl that played Ferris Bueller's sister? I think that's right. And I can't remember her name now either. Fishing and scrumping. Oh God, stealing apples from the local orchard, or similar. Um, Hopefully not just other people's gardens. Um, yeah, these were pastimes that were partaken of. Um, or just stuff like blackberry picking and stuff, or elderberries. We used to pick. And don't they say don't eat them when they're green? They're supposedly poisonous, but um, we'd eat them if they were underripe. As long as most of the bunch was ripe, we'd eat them. And we had a field, so when you went across to the local park, which was called the Inkerman Park, named after a battle in the Crimean War, maybe. Um, when you went across there, to the right was most of the park, and to the left was this overgrown area that was kind of left wild. And supposedly there were adders in there, the snakes. So we were always in there looking for snakes, because why not? But also the hedges had the elderberries that we would collect. Um, Apple slang. Robot lawnmowers chasing you. Robot lawnmowers. Never saw one of those in my youth. I've mentioned before, I used to fly a kite, stunt kite, all the loops, doing all the loops. And I used to chase people along the promenade in Cleethorpes. They'd be up on the bank. So from our caravan, there was a little bit of grass, then there was a bank up, and the promenade was just a walkway. The road was hundreds of meters that way at this part of the seafront. But that path up on the top of that, on the crest of that bank, that was it. Beyond that, you dropped down to the. I can't call it a beach. It was salt marsh. But no, I used to chase people with my kite. That's a bugger. Um, Kite flying. Do you know I found a stunt kite by the bins here once, but I kept it so long without using it that it rotted because it was just outside, and the sun, and you know when the sun gets on the plastic doesn't last long. So I had a kite. I never put together and checked that it was all there, but I liked the idea of the possibility. Couldn't do it here in this field. Too many power cables above my tent. But I could have gone. I could have gone to the seafront. But this was at the time when Tina's legs were fading, and we didn't have the wheelchair. Um, yeah. Oh, kite flying. That was something. Scrumping. Fruit picking in general. Wild fruits and edibles. Mushrooms. Normal mushrooms. None of your funny stuff. We used to pick mushrooms. We used to pick whelks. No, we didn't. We picked winkles and cockles at Cleethorpes. So in the salt marshes, there's lots of little tributaries, lots of little gaps, lots of water between the grass, little banks, whatever you want to call them. And yeah, we used to just we'd take a pan and just pick the winkles, and then put a bit of water in the pan, either from the tap in. No, we didn't have a tap in the caravan. From the bottle of water in the caravan, or maybe we just get a bit of seawater. But also we had a little hand rake, and we'd go towards. We'd find an area of sand that was always wet. So if you don't know, Cleethorpes, it's the North Sea. Well, it's the estuary of the Humber and the North Sea. The water goes out like forever. It goes out miles, but you find an area that holds a little bit of water, And if you just dig around under the surface, you've got all the little all the cockles. So you can either do it with your hand, or you can just take this little hand rake, garden. You know, you get a trowel and a little fork and a little rake and a set. Take the little rake and go and find the cockles. Fill the pan either with cockles or winkles or a mixture, and boil them up. Those were the days. Those were the days, my friend. I just got my 5G cubensis, but my food mushrooms did spoil over the weekend. 5G cubensis. Is this something I don't know about? Is it a mistranslation? Is this a Norwegian word? I'm not sure where we are, Tom. 5G as in mobile internet. Cubensis. I can probably look it up quicker than you can type it. Maybe not, but we'll see. Cubensis. Psilocybe. Okay, these are. Are we in magic mushroom territory? I'm reading Spanish, but the 5G would have been 5 gram, wouldn't it? Psilocybin mushrooms for psychological and existential distress. You see, I'm naive. I know nothing about any of these things. But your food mushrooms did spoil over the weekend. But did they get all the fluff, all the? Because all you need to do is wet some soil in a bucket or in a bowl. Put that fluffy stuff in there and cover it over. Maybe a bit of what's the dry blood stuff that they use, like fish bone and blood fertilizer. Grow your own normal mushrooms, or dig into the stalk of the mushroom is where the what's the word I'm looking for? Mycelium. It's in the bottom half of the stalk, isn't it? In the center. Allegedly. I was watching something. Normal mushrooms I'm talking about here, though, not the funny stuff. I know nothing about the funny stuff. You're looking at a guy who's never smoked a cigarette, never taken a single little drag of a cigarette, never popped pills, never done anything other than alcohol and coffee. And here's the coffee, if it's still warm. It is not hot warm, but it has been like 2 3/4 hours since I made it. So, okay, folks, shall I pick another topic? That was a good one. The childhood hobbies that you don't do anymore. Let me find us another one. I'm not going to ask that one. If you had to move to a new country tomorrow, where would you go and why? Back to Britain to get my money out of the bloody bank. Oh, that's one. I don't think I could answer this one. Maybe you guys have got an example. What is the best professional or personal advice you've ever received? Any noteworthy life advice or professional advice that you've had? I haven't got anything that stands out. Other than don't stick it into crazy. But that's probably not what they meant. They're probably looking for something a bit more life affirming and advice that you've received. No. Other than my dad saying don't smoke and don't get tattoos. Was that advice or was that just an instruction? I guess it was advice. We sat down and we talked and he explained why not. So it was advice. It wasn't a straightforward do not. But this was back in the days when tattoos were more frowned upon. So at some point in the early 90s, tattoos were suddenly in and everybody was getting them all over the place. But when my dad sat me down and we had this chat, it was at a time when people hid tattoos. Sean Connery had tattoos on his upper arms, and he covered them up with makeup in all of his films. He tried not to have his arms out, but if he did, he had it covered with makeup. People hid tattoos. They were considered kind of unprofessional, a bad idea. Nowadays, I see these videos online, and there'll be a policeman with short sleeves, and his entire arm will be a sleeve, a tattoo sleeve. The whole arm is all just dark ink. I'm not like totally anti-tattoos myself. If someone has tattoos, fair enough. But I don't think it belongs like on policemen. I had this the other week, didn't I, where I said about the only policemen you see with hair are the ones that are being interviewed on TV, the inspectors and above, who are leading some murder investigation or something. Your run-of-the-mill cop is a skinhead, in more ways than one. But exposed tattoos on someone at work, in an office, or in authority, not a fan. So I appreciate my dad's advice on that one, but I think that's the only thing I can think of some advice I've been given that stands out. Any of you guys? Looks like not. Maybe advice on how to grow your psilocybin, however it's pronounced. Advice. Have I had any other advice? No. Poorly served by my elders and betters. I'll find a better topic that brings you guys in a little bit more. Oh, this one is going to open up a whole can of worms, isn't it? What is a conspiracy theory that you think is actually true? I know we've dove off on conspiracy theories a few times in the past. I don't want to go too deep on anything, but a quick intro into the one. I don't want to dive off. We're not going off into a whole raft of them. One each, if you want, guys and gals. A conspiracy that you think might actually be true. I've discussed this a few times myself in the past, much to the chagrin of some people, because I claim to be a man of science, but I'm not the biggest believer in human-caused climate change. And he's coming straight in with 9/11. Ooh, what are you going with? Like an inside job to trigger wars that all the hawks in America wanted already. The battle plans had already been drawn up, and they needed the, what do they call it? Black flag. They needed an event to trigger up as an excuse to go and get the countries they wanted to get. And they went and invaded two countries that had nothing to do with anything. What's the Iraq connection with 9/11? Anybody explain that one to me? The Afghanistan one is still pretty unclear as well. Because it was funded by Saudi Arabians. Osama was a Saudi. Yeah, okay. People have these theories and things. The other stuff is people don't believe that the towers should have fallen as easily as they did. And you've got the other questions about what happened to the wings. If you've got these really wide wings and then you've got this narrow kind of tube of a plane and the plane hits the building, people are asking, why didn't the wings snap off and drop to the floor? Where were the wings? There's lots of suggested kind of conspiracies and things around it. Similarly with the Pentagon one. Interesting. Like I said, I don't want to go in a deep dive on the conspiracies, but for me, it's the climate change stuff. I'm not convinced by any of the evidence that I've seen. I've mentioned in the past that for 40 or 50 years prior to the 1960s, supposedly the weather had been the climate had been showing a cooling, and there was discussion of even of a potential ice age in the offing, which recently has come back around. There's a paper out now that's revisiting that and talking about glaciers in Northern Europe. This time they're blaming climate change, so global warming as it used to be. If it disrupts the Gulf Stream, as it used to be called, now it's something like the North Atlantic Circulation or something. But if that gets disrupted, we could get that Arctic air coming down and we could end up with glaciers in Northern Europe. So warming causes cooling, which is why they changed the name to global weirding and climate change. Again, don't want to go too deep off running into it, but it's one that it is one that I'm certainly not convinced by the graphs and things that I see that are the graphs, the models, the predictions. They make thousands of models, none of them work accurately, but we're supposed to believe them. And then when they don't work over that next 10 years, they just make a whole new bunch of models. And I was a statistician. I used to make mathematical models. Not to the extent, not to the great scientific in-depth, but the fudging of the data, folks, the adjusting that is done is a big red flag for me. That and the ice age that we were all headed for in the 70s. Anybody else want to chip in? Any of you lurkers? Hey? A conspiracy theory that you're open to, that you don't have to be a firm believer, but that you're at least open to the possibility. I guess I could briefly discuss ones that I don't personally believe in. faked moon landings. I'm not a big believer in that one. Flat Earth, that's just hokum. I mean, that's just uh, weather manipulation on a grand scale. Not a big believer. I know it can actually be done. They do it in Spain. They will do cloud seeding. If there's a big storm that's going to dump a load of like really heavy rain or hailstone over, I don't know, the olive crop or the oranges or something, they will cloud seed 20 or 30 miles down the road to try and make the rain fall before it gets to the orchards or whatever. So that is a thing. But that doesn't mean that I believe in total weather manipulation and what's the other stuff? The contrails. No. Condensation trails is real. Chemtrails. Chemicals being trailed from aircraft. Not a bit. So those are the biggies that I'm not in any way persuaded by. Thoughts, anyone? Or we'll move on and find another topic. Where are we? 2.5 hours in. Are we going to do 3 hours or are we going to try and do 4 hours tonight? I'm not sure, folks. I'm not sure. She was just snoring and then she looked up. What's this? Is this Scotty coming in with some advice? Never chase an empty cart. I probably need an explanation or a context. Hey, babe. Your belly's going bald. Why is that? Oh, she's back to snoring. She was snoring, then she looked up, and now she's back snoring. I won't shine a light in her face and wake her up. I will not do that. Not just now. Maybe later before we finish. Oh, on my weight on this arm again. Okay, there's 12 people out there, and I think there's only 2 people in chat active. Maybe 3, including Tom. I got Tom, Andy, and Scotty. How far back do I have to look to find someone else? All the way back. So it looks like Scotty's offering some advice of never chase an empty cart that he's been given at some point. Sounds like an old proverb that I'm not getting. Silence is golden and all that. Proverb? Yeah, not just an idiom, is it? That is a proverb. A bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. Okay, folks, another topic if nobody's joining in on the conspiracy theory one. Oh yeah, Scotty, if you've been away, maybe you've paused and you're behind. Check your live, because you're jumping in with what might be a previous conversation. Oh, here's one. Okay, folks, for those of you that are still here, would you rather live 100 years in the past or 100 years in the future? And why? I'll give you a minute to think about it while I have a little bit more of my beer. We've been over 2.5 hours and I'm maybe a little bit over halfway through the first can. I think it's colder now. The beer's colder now than when I took it out of the fridge. Oh, views on what's happening in the Middle East. Ooh. Ooh. There's a controversial topic. Kind of divisive, isn't it? So far, I'm not against anything the Yanks have done. So far. I did hear a rumor yesterday that the Marines are being moved into the area. That I think would be a dangerous step. If they're moving there to secure bases and things, that's one thing. But if they're putting boots on the ground, that's risking a whole level of. It becomes the next Iraq or Afghanistan, doesn't it? 20 years later, you're still there. Just not looking good. I do like the way that they keep popping off whoever's the new, you're the leader, poof, you're gone. Let's get together and elect a new leader, poof, they're gone. Okay, we'll make you the lead. And there's a suspicion that the latest one is either dead or severely injured. The last I heard, the supposed leader released a written statement. So not audio, not video, but a written or typed statement. It's kind of funny in a perverse kind of way, the way that they just keep picking them off. Hey, let's have a meeting and we'll choose a leader from amongst us. Building blows up and they're all dead. Or a hell of a lot of them. It's kind of funny, but it's kind of wild as well. But then you've got the way that everything in the Middle East always escalates and goes. So now you've got is it Hezbollah in Yemen blocking the Strait of Hormuz, and then the other one, the one that's the channel up to the Suez Canal. I can't remember the name. It's like 4 or 5 words. But the knock-on effects, the second-order effects, the I'm going to say crude oil or petrol or whatever it is that's being shipped through. I'm guessing it's crude oil that's being shipped through, isn't it? Then it gets processed, refined wherever it ends up at. We were discussing earlier how prices, how they don't hang about in putting prices up at the slightest hint of any of these kind of knock-on effects and troubles. Yeah, news suggested thousands of Marines heading out. To do what is the question? To do what? If it's securing air bases or military bases in neighbouring countries, that's one thing. But if it's boots on the ground into Iran or into Yemen or wherever the trouble's happening, do you think they're going to do a land grab at those at the places that we just mentioned? Those areas, those pinch points on the I can't remember the names now. I said them a minute ago, didn't I? But yeah, those pinch points on the way to the Suez Canal and the Straits of Hormuz. Is it? Do you think that they're going to put troops on the ground to stop missile attacks in, on, and around those areas? Because you're going into other countries then. Like I said, I think it's Yemen. My geography of the Middle East is my geographic knowledge isn't great, but I don't know. Once you put boots on the ground, it's difficult to take them off the ground again, as we saw in the aftermath of 9/11. You move your assets into place. It takes they took a year or two to get ready for the Iraq and Afghanistan stuff. But once they were there, how do you get out of it? Wasn't it Bush who declared victory after a few weeks? They were still there 20 years later. Knock-on effects, geopolitical instability, price and economic instability and uncertainty, and a quagmire that's difficult to extricate yourself from once you're in. Would be my summing up of the questions around the area. But yeah, there aren't thousands of Marines. I'm not sure. Let's ask. But it's rumor, isn't it, that the news? I don't think the news are reporting facts. They have you noticed how over the last 10 years or so, the news spend more time interviewing each other. This journalist interviews that. Instead of just putting the journalist on and having him tell us what he thinks, they sit around interrogating each other, or they'll put 3 or 4 there alongside each other, all just chatting about it and throwing out whatever top of mind ideas they have. Let's have a look at this. How many Marines does the US have? There are 168,000 active duty personnel in the US Marine Corps, and another 33,000 reserve personnel, basically 200,000 in total. So they do have quite a few. Now, how many they're moving to that region, I don't know, and in what capacity, who knows? Who knows? Don't know. It's a quagmire. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is to it, but so far, I mean, the massacre that was happening within Iran. So huge protests with the people within the country, the civilians wanting a change of government or changes of policy. And what's the latest estimate? 30 to 40,000 civilians killed by the regime. And then the weird part was when they started firing on the other Muslim countries around them. Has anybody heard any kind of justification? What was that for? I know that there's like this pseudo apology gone out from the Iranian regime, supposedly. But why did they attack their supposed allies in the first place? Just feels like it could escalate. It could. But at the minute, I mean, yeah, they're walking a tightrope. But at the minute, I'm kind of with them. But what you'd like to see is those domestic protests or riots or that uprising. You'd like to see that kick off again. Trump has said a few times, look, we're taking out the military bases, we're taking out the IRGC or whatever they're called. We're doing this. And he said, it's up to you guys now to rise up and take back your country. And so far, I don't think they really are. Now, whether they've been put off by the 30,000 deaths that they've already had, or whether there's just that feeling that the IRGC are still in control. I don't know. And I'm just a tramp in a field, you know what I mean? But I know a lot of people think that Trump is being a little bit hawkish, a little bit war, especially like after the Venezuela thing, plucking out the president of another country on the one hand and burying the presidents of another country. But I think someone had to do something, and I'm totally embarrassed by Keir Starmer. I think we've become a laughing stock abroad to other to other countries with our wishy-washiness and the U-turns and the staying out of it. I know now we've got a few planes in the air plucking missiles out the air or whatever, but it was an afterthought. It was we were asked to join in and said no. We were asked to let them use our air bases and at first military bases, and at first we said no, and then we said, oh, go on then. So the U-turns, the reticence and reluctance to join in with what appears to be a legitimate kind of humanitarian effort. I know it's military, but yeah, it's controversial and not everyone will agree with me, but that's my general take on it. For what it's worth, Trump in a field, folks. I got a doggy snoring behind me, but I need to get up and go to the loo, and I don't want to wake her up. Do you think I can get there and back without disturbing her too much? Scotty, don't chase a woman who has or wants nothing. Are you behind us, Scotty, or are you? Check for the red dot in the bottom left. You might be here. You might just be filling in the gaps because you're away from keyboard. But it might be that you've paused at some point and come back and that you're behind. I am just going to nip to the loo, folks, if I can give that a go. It'll be less than 2 minutes, probably, if I can juggle and get past these cables from the EcoFloat without ripping the light on the phone off their stands. But give me a second. I'm going to mute the microphone as is usually the case. But 2 minutes, guys. Are we back? I think so. Give it a second, folks. Cuddling my doggy and washing my hands. Not necessarily in that order. Can I get my towel, sweetheart? Get this towel. Here we go. Okay. Needs a wash. Alright. I think I lost something from out of that bag. Out of that bag. Towel. Let me shuffle around a bit. Get back into view properly. Make sure that Tina's okay. I don't think I disturbed her too much. She looked up at me one point, had a quick cuddle, and now she's halfway off to sleep again. I think. Whoa, 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 whoa! That was close. Part of the quilt landed on one of the wires and almost pulled the phone off its stand. That could have been fun. Okay, what I was told: never seek a girl who has nothing or no aspirations. Never chase an empty cat. Can one of you guys type and ask Scotty to check that he's live? Because I'm saying it, but if he's 40 minutes behind, he's not gonna see it or hear it. I just got half a suspicion that he's behind. Maybe he's walked away from the computer, hit pause, come back, and he's behind. But I'm not sure. I can't be 100%. Just feels like he's in a conversation we had a while back. What did I do with the tablet? I'm going to pick another topic, folks. I don't want to get off too much into politics and my views. I can be divisive sometimes. And I'm not going to say that. But if someone can type it, he'll see that in chat before he hears it from my voice. I can't type. I can't type in there. I don't have an interface for typing in chat. Okay, you are live. Okay, mate. That's okay then. You were probably just away from keyboard for a while then, and then enjoying your holiday. I guess I could almost say I hope you've enjoyed your holiday. You haven't got much left, have you? Oh. Let me just look for some more topics, folks. If you can hear me over the motorbikes. Oh, here's one. Oh, nobody answered about 100 years in the past or 100 years in the future. The time travel question. Nobody's interested in time travel. I think I would love either way. If you travel 100 years in the past and you know what events are coming, I mean, you'll be, where are you? You're middle of the First World War, aren't you? 100 years ago. That wouldn't be great. But you'd know other events, wouldn't you? Or would you? Depends how good your knowledge is of that period of history, and whether you could take books or something with you to gen up on stuff. You could, if you could memorize the winners of all the World Cups or some FA Cups, World Cups, whatever, there'd be opportunities. Back to the Future, which one was that? 2? With a sports almanac? Probably. but all the things that you wouldn't have. Let me just, I got a brief flash of something there. Andy would go to the future, see if humanity is still going. I'd be fascinated by what the technology and things would be in the future. This is why I said I could go either way. If you go back, then you lose out. You don't have the modern conveniences, do you? Electricity is just kind of starting to take a hold. Uh, Telephone and radio are on the horizon. I mean, technically, they exist 100 years ago, but they're not widespread. Um, Electric light bulb. Where are we with that? Um, uh, Music or voice recording, uh, phonograph or whatever. But you haven't got the internet. You haven't got computers. You haven't got a lot of this modern stuff that we like to have. But in the future, if you look at the developments that we've had in the last century, as I was just alluding to, all the new things in my lifetime. We were talking earlier about VHS, video recorders, DVDs, all that, microwave ovens, just all of the personal computers, handheld computer games, or electronic games as a precursor to some of the later computer games, or computers themselves. If anyone remembers Merlin and Simon and all those kind of things. But all of the things that we've had, LEDs, all of the developments that have happened in our lifetime, mobile phones as an obvious intersection of what, of radio, of telephone, of computers, of cameras. It's so many things in one device. But if you think what we've had in the last 100, what will we get in the next 100? And in healthcare and medicine and things, what about the developments and the cures? Assuming that we don't bury ourselves either with war or with controversy. Here we go. Or with lab leaks. Haven't they they've got a new COVID under development at the minute, yeah? A coronavirus under development at the minute that has 100% mortality rate. Let that shit leak out. That was a low sample size and it was mice, but there were mice that were, what's the word? Transgenic? Chimeric, whichever word you prefer. They had human genes. But it was 100% mortality. Discovered by accident. They're just poking around, prodding around, making changes, aiming at one thing, and whoops, all the mice are dead. You get a lab leak from that. Anyway, I'll be getting in trouble with YouTube. But provided we don't kill ourselves with nuclear war or accidentally releasing 100% mortality viruses, I'd be fascinated to know what developments, what new inventions, what new healthcare and what have you we could come up with. I'd love to know. And then I'd love to compare and contrast the stuff in the last 100 years and the stuff in the next. It'd be fantastic to be able to look back at that, to compare and contrast all the developments in that 100 years versus all the developments in the next. The last 100 years includes like what, jet engines. I mean, we had Concorde, we had supersonic. We had moon landings and the whole space and rockets and satellites. And if you compare the last 100 years with the 100 years before that, it's a massive difference. And if you compared that that period kind of from 200 years ago to one with previous, massive difference in science and what have you. If you look at like the 15th, so from 1500 to 1600, hardly fuck all happened. What were the major scientific developments in that period? Not a lot. You go back in 100-year blocks and it quickly becomes quite static. Really quickly becomes quite static. Changes took hundreds of years to happen, and now major developments every other week almost. Solar panels and batteries and eco-flows and power banks and, 12-volt camping fridge freezers. Refrigeration, that's the last 100 years, isn't it? If you don't include just having a block of ice in the top of the fridge. Actual electronic refrigeration. Steal the sports almanac. Yeah, this was the Back to the Future stuff. Microwave was used to bring frozen hamsters back to life. This sounds like a conspiracy theory type thing. Can hamsters be frozen? I don't. Mammals. Don't we all have the same problem of cells bursting when the water forms ice crystals within the cell and expands? It breaks the cell membranes. Your body turns to mush. Although there have been some remarkable cases of people falling into freezing water or locking themselves outside in Canada or something and being found. Wasn't there someone frozen for half an hour underwater? Probably Canada. Isn't that? I think that's a true thing. I got to look now, haven't I? Now that I've suggested that that's a thing. Longest time person frozen? Or longest time person dead? What are we going to go with? Frozen. I'm going to go with frozen. And they're going to say, oh, it's not possible, but. Frozen in inverted commas. Holy shit. The longest a person has been, air quotes, frozen and survived is generally cited as a few hours. We can't be talking about the same thing. Yeah, recovering from near-death hypothermia. I was thinking more of. Oh no, we're not talking about Otzi the Iceman who was frozen for 5. No, I'm talking about frozen and survived. I was thinking mainly of dropped into water, freezing cold water. Can I rephrase the question? Longest time frozen, not survived. That's not the category. Underwater? Not underwear. Underwater. And survived. I can't type in a fucking straight line. I'm sure there was a girl in Canada. It's 30 minutes. What? Again, I'm shocked. Get this. The longest recorded time a person has been submerged in freezing water without breathing and survived is approximately 147 to 177 minutes, 2.5 to 3 hours. December 2024, an 8-year-old boy fell through ice into a pond in Pennsylvania. Submerged in 7 degrees Celsius water. That's 45 Fahrenheit for anyone who needs it. Later revived after extracorporeal rewarming. They put them in a bath of water, don't they, and bring the temperature up very, very slowly. And then we've got a Swedish radiologist, Anna Bagenholm, maybe? Bogenholm, possibly. Survived being trapped under ice for 80 minutes in 1999. Her core temperature dropped to 13 degrees C. One of the lowest body temperatures survived in an adult. She was technically dead for hours before being revived. Oh man, we've got to get on top of this, what do they call it? Cryo... Oh, I've got to be careful here. There's cryogenics and there's cryo... something else. We had this discussion the other week about the frozen heads. There's cryonics and there's cryogenics. I can't remember the difference. Anyway, it's this suspended animation stuff. We've got to start pushing the limits. We need to drown more people. Google, YouTube, relax. It's kind of a joke, sort of, half, maybe. Is it? I think so. But we got to... Hours, dead for hours and then revived. I thought like 20 or 30 minutes, you know, a good amount of air in the lungs or in the blood, and then you're out, but low, what's it called? You know, the heart slows down and everything. I was thinking that, not like dead for 3 hours and revived. I was thinking low metabolism, not actually kind of dead for 3 hours. Look up James Lovelock, brought dead hamsters back to life. Okay. Whoa, Tina! Snapping away, there must have been a fly around her. Lovelock, dead hamsters. Dead hamster. In the mid-50s, experiments in cryopreservation involving freezing hamsters and subsequently reviving them. Use an early form of microwave technology, a small diathermy apparatus, to gently reheat the frozen rodents. He was able to revive hamsters that were frozen solid with 60% of their brain water crystallized into ice with no adverse effects. Limitations. While successful on hamsters, these experiments could not be replicated on large animals because the anti-freezing agent could not penetrate the cells fast enough, meaning humans could not be revived in this manner. What anti-freezing agent? You'd never, in the summary, you never mentioned anti-freezing agent. Did I miss something? Maybe it's the diathermy apparatus. Don't know. I don't like it when you suddenly mention something in one section that wasn't mentioned in the other. This work was part of early research into cryonics. We were just discussing cryonics versus cryogenics and resuscitation. The stories of these experiments are often cited as a quirky chapter in the history of science and the development of microwave technology. I had never heard of that. Never heard of that. Thank you. Who was it? Scotty. Couldn't be done with anything bigger, yeah. So the way it was done, some sort of anti-freezing agent was circulated in the body, taken up by the cells, so the cells survived the freezing and defrosting. But you couldn't get enough of that anti-freezing agent into human cells quick enough before the first cells that had got it started excreting it, or before the effect wore off. Interesting. Frozen solid and then defrosted and they're alive. That's incredible. And I've seen some incredible, weird, wacky kind of science stuff, like the head transplant with two monkeys, but only one of them, I'll say, survived. Paralyzed, obviously, because back then we couldn't reconnect nerves. Still can't really on the something as big as a spinal cord, although there's progress being made in that direction. So this monkey, I guess you'd call it a body transplant, really, rather than a head transplant, wouldn't you? You start off with two monkeys, you take the head off one and put it on the other body, and you only bother doing it with the one, so the other monkey's just had his head chopped off and he's dead now. And then the other one wakes up, he's got a different body, he's paralyzed, and probably doesn't live very long. I'm assuming that breathing doesn't really work after you put a new body on a head. Poor chap probably didn't live very long, but he was awake, he was alive, and his eyes were moving. Wacky stuff that scientists have done in the past. Some Frankenstein stuff. And you wonder what's being done in secret now and that we're not being told about. Loops back to the idea of the Epstein body being a clone. Ooh. Conspiracy theory. That loops back to the conspiracy theory question from earlier. I can't rule that one out. More likely just a body double, but clone? Couldn't rule it out. Oh. There's probably all sorts of cloning experiments being done in all sorts of dark corners of the world. China, Russia, probably America and Britain as well, in fairness, despite it being technically illegal and what have you. But there's probably all sorts of stuff like that goes on, whether in government labs or whether in private ones. But like I said, it ties back to the conspiracy theory question. Yeah. What kind of related question then? We were talking about past and future. What scientific developments do we foresee for the next 100 years? I mean, I was looking at some stuff today where, so if you break a bone and too big a chunk is like crushed, lost, missing, whatever, depending on what kind of accident you've had. So bones repair fairly well on their own within certain limits. But if you've got more than a centimetre or so missing, it doesn't repair so well. And they've come up with a new way now of making it so it does repair. Basically, they took some stem cells from, I don't know from where, I assume from a person, and they grow them, they put them in the right kind of medium, and it forms bone. But of course, it's bone with the DNA of the donor. I'm assuming this is from a corpse or something. But so it's got the wrong DNA. But they can, if you flush out like all of the DNA, you're left with the skeleton kind of framework. The was I think it was a collagen framework that if you then put, and it's inert, it hasn't got anybody's DNA anymore. It is, so it can be transplanted into anybody. And if you, obviously you've got a break, put that in between, and it will fuse on both sides and grow and form good bone. Well, that was an interesting one. But what else could we see being done in the next 100 years? I think stuff like paralysis, the broken back or broken spinal column. I think we'll solve that soon. By soon, I mean 20 to 30 years. Sort it properly, not just. There's a thing they can do at the minute where they put a transmitter at one side of a break and a receiver at the other, and it does the work of the missing of the break. It bypasses the break. Stuff like that is interesting, but I'd like to see the main spinal, the main nerve being repaired, regrown, reconnected. Why not? Cures for cancer. We're developing improved treatments and semi-cures all the time, so I don't think a cure for all cancers in one go, but a cure for specific ones. Some of the improvements that have been made at the minute with some of the more intractable ones, or the ones that were viewed as more intractable and untreatable, the ones, what are is granuloma? That's not the right word, is it? Some of the brain cancers that were untreatable a few years ago are now becoming certainly treatable, if not curable, with immunotherapy, getting your body's immune system to kick in and attack the cancers. Someone just wrote something. A decent solution to hay fever wouldn't go amiss. Hay fever. Autoimmune. I'm going to shock you and tell you that we do have cures. We can wipe out someone's immune system entirely and then let it reprogram itself. I don't know if that's probably not the right terminology. It's drastic. You wouldn't do it for something as I'm not going to. Don't take it wrong if I say superficial, as hay fever. But no, we like it's me doing it. It is possible to totally reset someone's immune system, which could mean that the autoimmune conditions go away. But it's drastic. It's drastic. I can't remember what the procedure is. I just know it's possible. Yeah, it could be along the lines of what they do with cancer patients, couldn't it? Where they essentially kill off the immune system before they do bone marrow transplants, as we used to call them. Now they call them stem cell transplants. But those people are totally immunocompromised initially. So it could be something along those lines. Cures for AIDS, we've kind of sort of on the cusp of, and kind of sort of did 2 or 3 times. Did those hold up? Turns out that there's one specific gene mutation that makes you immune to AIDS. Is it AIDS or HIV? What's the difference? But some people who are having the the whole chemotherapy thing. So someone who's having the bone marrow transplant, if you can find a donor that's got that mutation, then you then get that mutation, which would protect you. So if you've got HIV running around your body and you can start producing blood cells with that immune mutation, you become immune. Are you living outside? I am indeed. I'm in a tent. Dog's Lips, interesting name. I am indeed living outside. I'm in a field in a tent in a town called Torrevieja on the southeast coast of Spain. Let me just check this HIV cure thing. Is it still valid? There was 3 people, as far as I remember, that had had it and that were cured. Are they still alive? Are they still survive? Could I type HIV? It's a nonsense. HIV cure survival or survivors. Let's have a go. I don't think you've picked up several. Isn't a fucking, that's not a quantifiable amount. Confirmed cases of HIV cure stroke remission as of late 2025. Several individuals have achieved long-term treatment-free HIV remission, often called a functional cure, mostly following stem cell, and the tablet just turned off, mostly following stem cell transplants to treat cancers. Cases such as the Berlin patient, later revealed as Timothy Brown, and the London patient, unnamed, used stem cells from donors with a rare genetic mutation that makes cells resistant to HIV. And there's also a Geneva patient, so that's 3. A significant case reported in 2023-24 achieved long-term remission over 6 years as of late 2025. Okay. These cases are rare, around 7 to 10 people, and the procedure is high risk, reserved only for people who've already got life-threatening cancers. And then we just go on to talk about HIV in general. A 20-year-old diagnosed with HIV in 1996 has a drastically lower life expectancy, had a drastically lower life expectancy. But today, with early diagnosis and ART, which I'm going to guess is antiretroviral therapy, maybe? ART is not defined anywhere on the page previously. I'm going to go with antiretroviral therapy. Okay, that answers my question. Did they say 7? Around 7 to 10 people. So there are people walking around right now who have been cured of HIV/AIDS. How long the cure lasts? Like they said, they don't call it a cure. What did they call it? A functional cure. Because the body has been trained, well, the body is resistant now because of that double coincidence of bone marrow transplant from a donor with that really rare mutation that makes them particularly resistant to HIV. So if you need a bone marrow transplant and can find somebody who's got that mutation, you're away. But the odds, I heard the odds were basically 1 in 8 billion, which means we should only have 1 of them. Which means if we've got 7 to 10, It's kind of 1 in a billion, isn't it, rather than 1 in 8 billion. So their statistics, when it comes to genetics, their statistics are always off. Always. Which causes controversy with some court cases. Genetic, the DNA fingerprinting, whatever you want to call it, is probably not as foolproof as courts assume. In fact, they've already had to move the number of markers or bases or whatever they call that they test. I think they used to test 8 and now they test 13. They had to up it because they discovered that their stats were wrong. And yeah, knock-on effects from stuff like that. Fingerprints might not be as reliable as we've assumed for the last 100 years. How's about that one? It's as much art as it is science. When someone sits down and they look at a fingerprint and you see them, they take a mouse pointer and start clicking on these supposed swirls and whirls or whatever they call them. There's 2 distinct things that they look for, and they mark them, and then they make like a map joining those dots that they've made, and that's what you're then comparing. You're not actually looking at, does this fingerprint match that fingerprint? You're looking at, does the little line diagram that we've just made here match the line diagram on anything in the database? And those are 2 different things. And to what margin of error does it match? And are fingerprints as unique as we think they are in the first place? All of those questions cast doubt. Where was I before I went off on one? Hope the weather is treating you well, says Dog's Lips. Not too bad at the minute. It's a slightly cooler night tonight than we have had recently. But I think we're going to head down towards 10 degrees Celsius, which isn't too bad. We had a lot of rain a week ago, and my carpet inside the tent, which I know is going to sound silly, but I do have a carpet in here, in the living room part of the tent anyway. It's a big tent. It's a 6-man, so there's a bedroom at this end, then there's kind of a living room area, and then there's a bedroom at the other end, which I use for storage. But my carpet is wet through still, squelchy wet through. The water came in through the floor. A little bit through the ceiling because the tent is old now. It's a year old roughly, and it has been attacked by people and stones thrown at it by children and 40 and 50 kilometre an hour winds with gusts going higher. It's been through a lot, but it's held up pretty well. I was laying here last night. We had a shower. Let's think. The weather forecast said no rain. Then it said, 5% chance of a little bit of rain, and then it rained for an hour and a half, and suddenly it wasn't just dripping through. Suddenly there was a stream of water running down. Like imagine a continuous drip, like when you turn the tap on just and you've just got a continuous stream going. We had a bit of that. I had to just suddenly reach for a bowl to put under, which I have today moved away from here. Oh, there it is. It was my porridge bowl. It's my breakfast bowl, my cereal bowl. It's only plastic. I think it came with like a Christmas pudding or something in it. It's just, I don't know, it had something in it, some kind of cake. So it's just throwaway stuff. But that's my pudding bowl, breakfast bowl. Let's have a look. I'm just scrolling back. I'm seeing that there are questions I haven't answered. I'm just gonna. So there was I saw Andy and his decent solution to hay fever wouldn't go amiss. Are you living outside? I saw that. It's so much easier to break wind whilst living outdoors. I guess so. I mean, we all do it. How long you lived outdoors? I think it's 3.5 years right now. August the 14th, 2022, I think. I started. It's a long story. If you want the full story, if you search for TrampCast space and then 001, you get the full story in glorious detail over 2.5 hours, something like that. But the potted history is my bank decided that well, my bank decided to close my bank account because I'd not used it for a while. It was my rainy day fund. When I tried to like reactivate it, they decided I'm not me. They said the only way to prove I'm me is to step into my bank branch back in the UK. I got a bit of a legal thing going on in Spain where they won't kind of let me leave the country, or they keep arresting me for things. For one thing, but they keep setting a court date, not telling me when the court date is, and then arresting me for not going to court. Which creates problems when you turn up at the airport and you find out that there's a bench warrant for your arrest for not turning up at court. So that's difficult. So can't get my money out of the bank until I go to the UK. Can't go to the UK until I clear this legal thing, which ideally would need money to pay for a lawyer and get the court case out of the way. So trapped by circumstances here, and I spent 2 months living in the park. The local authority came and cut down the trees where my things were stored, and I moved down here into this field. The field flooded the first night I was here, and then again 1 month later. And then a month after that, the local authority did some work in the field to create like a drainage ditch to stop it from flooding. I lived for 2-3 months in the field here with no shelter, just a bedroll, just a mattress and a couple of waterproof blankets. Eventually built a little shack out of 6 broom handles and a tarpaulin. Then someone bought me a second-hand tent. Someone else gave me a phone, bought me a phone. 2 ladies bought me a phone, and I started the YouTube channel up, got a PayPal account, and live on donations from my wonderful followers and people who take pity on a poor tramp. Yeah, that's kind of a long story short. The police turn up every now and again and arrest me. I got a doggy here with me who's in the bed just behind me. She's fast asleep, so I won't disturb her. But she's disabled. I have to carry her back end around. I wrap a belt around her waist and pick her off the ground. When we do her ablutions, her little walkies. We do have a doggy wheelchair for longer walkies, but her front legs are starting to go now, so we won't be able to do that for too much longer. Life is difficult, and then you die. But for now, we're surviving. We're in a holding pattern. There's no real way out of it, but as long as this time next week and this time next month I'm still still alive, then we're succeeding, aren't we? Then we're succeeding. I've built up from nothing, but by using people's donations wisely. As you see, I have a little bit of electricity around me, and there's a lamp just there. There's a phone. I do have a tablet. I've got a power bank, but I've also got this thing called an EcoFlow, which is like a big car battery. How do you describe it, folks? It's a car battery with a 12-volt output, USB outputs, and a built-in inverter to give me 220 volts output. And I've got a solar panel outside which recently broke, limiting the amount of power that I can get. But we keep on keeping on. I still get some power from the solar panel, so we're all right for now. Flatmate brought loads of grilled or smoked ribs, so there's been a minor feast. Lucky you, Tom. Tommy Tombstone has a feast. Hope the weather's treating you well. I answered that, I hope. James Corbett has reported on the unreliability of fingerprinting and DNA evidences used in courtrooms long ago. Yeah, it's an ongoing controversy. about in particular, the statistics that are thrown out around these things. When they say that no two people have the same DNA, and then we know that for a fact that they do, identical twins have the same DNA as each other. People who receive a bone marrow transfusion, bone marrow produces red blood cells. People who receive bone marrow transplants can start producing blood with the DNA of the donor. So now they're called chimeric individuals. They've got the DNA potential of two different people. Likewise, if certain organ transplants, um, you can shed cells from the donor organ. Um, so yeah, when they say 1 in 8 billion people has this set of DNA, and then you start thinking, well, not really, and especially when you're only sampling certain, I don't know the terminology, certain bases or base pairs. I'm not sure what it is, but they're only looking at the DNA from, I think, 13 points, 13 areas. Um, so it's a lot more likely. For forensic science, people think, oh, forensic. They're thinking CSI and all that. The word forensic just means for the court. It doesn't imply any kind of super science. It doesn't imply any more rigorous than any other science. Forensic just means for the court. A forensic cleaner could just be the guy sweeping the courtroom. Usually the term is used for someone who's cleaning up after a murder scene, after they've finished gathering all the evidence. He's the guy cleaning up. But again, it just means for the court. Yeah, fingerprints aren't analysed in the way that most people think they're analysed. Likewise, DNA isn't. They're not looking for perfect match of the whole genome. You're just looking at specific points. Yeah, I don't know the name James Corbett, but I shall have a quick look. Is James Corbett? Is this a famous scientist, or is it just a blogger on YouTube or something? Let's find out. James. I hear the name Corbett and I think of Sooty and Sweep. That's... Oh, isn't it also the name of that guy, that actor that was in Sex in the City? Isn't he a Corbett? I'm going to go with author and journalist, maybe, rather than the hairdresser or the boxer. Hold on. I just clicked on the listing for the author and journalist, and it came up with the boxer. Again. No, scroll past. I don't want the boxer. English author journalist, best known for writing about Everton FC. That doesn't sound right. What have I got wrong? I gotta type DNA. Independent writer and documentary producer. Sounds more likely, but I'm not getting a more complete. No, not the guy who hunted and killed man-eating tigers and leopards in northern India. The fuck? What happened to Google? Biosecurity and digital IDs. That sounds like along the right lines, doesn't it? But that's just a picture. How do I go somewhere from there? No, Google is not what it used to be, folks. It really isn't. DNA, the coordinates. No, no, no. Absolutely pathetic. Tommy Tombstone's favourite freelance journalist since 2010, Canadian. I'll have to, when I watch this back tomorrow, assuming that I do, I'll make some notes and I'll try and have a better look around. But that Google search was ridiculous. Like the first, it lists them, and one of them's a journalist. I click on it, and all it shows me is all about the boxer. It's already presented me with three options, like which do you want? You click the one you want, and it's not the one you get. But the journalist it was showing was the guy who just wrote about Everton Football Club. That's probably not our guy. I'll see if I can dig it up and email it your way. Yeah, please, mate. If you email us a link or something, yeah, that'd be appreciated. It is fascinating that the amount of trust that juries in particular will put on science. If the prosecution can argue science, well, we can look. We don't have to look very far, do we? What's the last called in England that was accused of murdering the babies? And it very much looks like Lucy something or other. Lucy, I got to be careful because there was another Lucy that was arrested for shouting thing. No, for an internet post. Not her, but the one who's in jail for killing babies at a maternity ward. And it looks very much like she didn't do it. The science that was used in the case to prove it must have been her, the guy who invented that science, if you can use such a phraseology, says, no, it doesn't work like that. That's quite serious. You start using novel science, like this is always the thing, the new science, when they've got a new one and they start using it. And then the bloke that invented that science says, whoa, no, you don't. Not like that. There was a killer in America. They called him the Snaggletooth Killer. I think he broke into someone's house, killed them, and then ate a block of cheese or bit into a block of cheese. So they had an imprint, a dental imprint, and he had one tooth that was way off, which in America they call a snaggletooth. If you remember, Snagglepuss was a cartoon character back in the day. Same thing. And they came up with this new novel way of taking an impression in something as malleable as cheese and saying, oh, yeah, no, definitely him. Fucking wasn't. They picked a guy and it wasn't him. In fact, I think that case, isn't that the one where the dentures were being distributed in prison? A guy used his own mold to make everyone else dentures that needed them, and they all had the same bite in their dentures. I think that's the same case. I could be mixing two things together there, but yeah, novel science. Come up with a new bit of science, use it to imprison someone, find out 20 years later that your science was bunkum and doesn't hold up. I still can't remember the name of the girl that killed the. I don't know whether I don't really want to go down this alley, but I will just. There's a Lucy Connolly and there's a Lucy somebody else, and one of them's in prison for allegedly killing babies. Okay, Lucy Connolly is the one jailed for Twitter posts. Who's the Lucy? Letby. Lucy Letby. is the one in prison for anyone who's abroad who doesn't know the story. A maternity ward starts having an unacceptable number of deaths amongst newborns. It's a maternity ward. And so they start looking at all of the deaths, trying to decide which ones are particularly suspicious, and then looking at which staff are on duty in those cases. But there's a selection bias, because out of all the deaths, they end up picking the ones that were on when she was on duty anyway. They get her as a suspect and then start matching in reverse. And then they start looking at how the kids died and all of that, and this is where the science comes in. But yeah, the statistics, science, all of that, and probably you can't be 100% sure with these things, but probably not guilty seems to be the way things are pointing. Not just from one event or one factor, lots of factors coming together pointing that way, including the fact that there were all these other dead babies that were excluded from the, there's just a selection bias if you're picking which babies you want to include. Other factors include a badly run maternity ward, where this woman, Lucy Letby, was doing the work of about 3 nurses. And there was poor management, and there was something about mold spores around a sink. A leaking sink had lots of black mold, which is bad for the lungs, and newborn babies and premature babies. Yeah, no, not what you want. So all these factors that start to cast doubt, but in particular the statistics they used and the selection bias in how they picked which babies to include in the sample, and then start pattern matching for who's on duty. She was basically always on duty, so she was there for everything and everyone everywhere, as Fama would say. Yeah, Lucy Letby, the nurse. There are factors that did kind of point. Okay, there were factors that kind of pointed towards her. She does seem to have some kind of psychiatric issue. She felt very guilty about the dead babies, and so was blaming herself, possibly caused by stress and overworked. She was, like I said, she was picking up the slack for a badly run department. And I think she was bringing issues to the attention of management and doctors, and they weren't getting picked up on, they weren't getting actioned. The mold in the sink, I think, is an issue there. Anyway, all that's to say that science, it's great, but it can be abused, and it has been abused, in particular in the judicial system. And we've got to be careful about that shit. We've got to be careful about that stuff. Keep an eye on it. Make sure that science is used correctly, and that statistics in particular are not overstated. Like I said, the DNA tests have been expanded from a certain number of bases to 50% more, because they were found to be unreliable, and previously believed statistics didn't hold up with further analysis. He's just spitting down himself. Anyway, folks, we are coming up on 4 hours. I think I will call it quits on the 4-hour mark. We've got another like 4 or 5 minutes. I will go like a minute or so over, just to make sure that we hit 4 hours. As I've mentioned previously, this is to it seems that 4 hours is the threshold where... Are we there? Is anybody still here? Okay, folks, I will try and just talk for another 2 or 3 minutes. I know there's nobody here anymore, but I just want to hit this 4-hour mark on the timer. I'm on 3 hours 57 minutes right now, and it is just a case of hitting the 4 hours, or maybe 4 hours and 1 minute. Don't know what happened there. My phone decided that there was no internet connection. The phone decided no internet connection. So my tablet's got the SIM card and the phone connects via the Wi-Fi hotspot. Something went wrong somewhere in the chain. That the tablet was fine. It said the Wi-Fi hotspot was on. The phone said it was connected to the Wi-Fi, but somehow there was no internet. And in the end, I had to do all the permutations, turn the Wi-Fi off and on again, turn the hotspot off and on again, turn the mobile data off and on again, go through the whole chain. And yeah, I lost connection for a few minutes. It was me. My connection went. Don't understand why or how. Oh, excuse me. Turned 30 on Thursday. Are you that young, Tom? I had the impression you were a bit older than that. I'm just gonna talk through the next. I'm on 3 hours 58 and a half at the minute now. I want to hit 4 hours and a minute, maybe a minute and a half, and we'll call it quits there, folks. But 1996. Wow. How old was I in 1996? 28? I was 27 for most of it, 28 at the end of it. Yeah, no, I'm not sure. I don't know why it did what it just did. I just got that, it offers 2 options, try again and end stream. And I was try again. No, I went out, tried to load the weather app, that wouldn't work. So then started off and on again with all the various options I just said. Turned the Wi-Fi off here and then back on. Tried to connect to my specific hotspot. Turn the hotspot off and on. Turn the mobile data off and on. Even though the tablet was actually still connecting out, the problem couldn't have been with that. But somehow, somewhere, I got it all to reset and pick up again. For no real benefit for anybody, because we are just ending in a minute or two. But cheers to those of you that did join me tonight, and seeing a tramp throughout of the weekend and into the next week, I guess, aren't we? I wish I could correct the typo with that pinned message. That's a little bit embarrassing. But there you go. It's staring me in the face now. My little counter here says 4 hours exactly right now, but I just want to do the extra minute or so. Amstel is solid. It was bought for me by Scotty. I doubt he's still here after this little disconnect. I bet most of the people that are here now are here because they think it's a new stream, or because YouTube's thinking it's a new stream. How many of you were here before? I just got disconnected. Cheers anyway, folks. Let's see whether I can finish this can within this stream. My first can of the stream, isn't it? 4 hours and I'm still on it. And they call me an alky. Okay. We shall finish in the manner, hopefully, to which you've become accustomed. I'll try not to disturb her too much, but I will show off my girl, as we do around these parts. Give me a second, put the flash on. Hey babe. Hey babe. Here's my girl. So folks, let's see whether I can I show you a nice picture of her. Not really, she's facing the wrong way. Anyway guys. Oh yeah. When did Tom say? Oh, you turned on Thursday just gone. Happy birthday, mate. You should have mentioned it on the were you here Friday? You were here Friday? I don't think you mentioned it. Anyway, folks, happy birthday to Tommy Tombstone. And thank you all for joining us today. From Tina. And from me, Delta Mike, out. Catch you later, folks.